goodness. We are here. We are live. Can everybody hear us? I don't know. This is only the second time we've done this. Our annual NFL Draft live show here. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. My name is Hassan Khan, the host of this show, alongside our NFL Draft expert, Michael Watson. Ladies and gentlemen,
Golf clap.
are you excited for this?
Bro, so hype.
I'm very excited. Tell everyone where your allegiance lies.
Yeah, so if you don't know me, I'm a Packers fan. I root for the Falcons as well. Hometown team here, so looking out for those two teams specifically. So the Falcons will be fun to watch. That's where it all goes down.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going to be happening with the Atlanta Falcons. It's going to be interesting to see just because do they trade down with number 4? Do they go down a different direction? I don't know what's going on with you hear that feedback? You hear a little bit of feedback? I don't know if anybody else can hear it, but we can hear it. If it's on our end,
It just
that's
went
fine.
out. That's good.
Okay, that's fine. But yes, by the way, we are joining you guys with our official Skull Candy headphones. That's probably why, because they're probably the best brand of headphones out there.
Sponsored by Skull Candy and Coke.
Vanilla Coke. It's a tradition. If you watched the live draft last year, you saw that we had vanilla Coke. Where's mine? I have not cracked mine open yet. So, should we do the honors right now?
Let's do it. And whatever brand Hassan's sponsoring there on his shirt.
Oh, into the AM. They only pay me once.
Oh,
So
wait, we gotta
we
do
don't have to
cheers.
talk about them until this episode.
Did that taste like Kyle Pitts?
Oh, that tasted like Kyle Pitts going to number 4 with the Atlanta Falcons. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be joining you guys for this whole entire duration of the first round of the NFL Draft. But the way that this works, in case you guys are confused, it's not that we're going to be streaming the draft, because we'll be taken down by YouTube if that's the case. So we're not going to feed the draft into this live stream per se. Instead, you guys are going to be watching it on your TVs, your phones, iPads, computers, whatever. And then on the side, instead of listening to people like Mel Kiper, who eats, I've heard, a bowl of whipped cream in the morning for breakfast.
Or butter?
I mean, just look at this guy's mouth. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. Instead of that happening, you're going to be joining us for our reactions. And the glorious things about this is that there are no commercial breaks. So you get to hear our insights throughout the whole entire duration. If we need to pee, we're going to get up to pee. But that's the only thing. So I'm excited. Who's this playing right now? No idea who that is. Mikey has no idea at all.
I was trying to come up with a guess, but it's Maroon 5.
This is ESPN, by the way, that we're watching. So you guys may be watching NFL Network, but while we're waiting for you guys, we got King Panther joining us in the chat. I think he joined us last year for that draft as well. Oh, Angelo Despina, the Mercer's baseball team. We've never met. We probably have met, but I just hear a lot of great things about you. So, who else we've got? We were talking to John Wayne Causey. I don't know how to pronounce it. Just a little bit. He said, "Go Colts." So, Colts fan in the house.
Yeah, they seem to have a good draft every single year.
Chris Ballard, one of the better general managers in the NFL. I'll just say it. And John Schneider, who came from the Green Bay Packers, which we'll get to the Green Bay Packers in just a second.
We don't have to. We really don't.
Who else we've got here? We've got Brian saying, stream the draft. Okay, perfect. My hot brunette wife says, Elvis, someone like me. Is that the song? Yelvis? With the Y? Women are right. All the time. So, that's it. What a performance.
You guys feel free to ask questions in the chat also, and we'll get to those and give us your thoughts on who you'd pick or who you think your team will pick, and, we'll keep an eye on that.
For sure. But your brother, actually, Taylor Watson, asked thoughts on Rodgers and where is he going to go? We're just going to get right into it. I guess we're waiting for the number 29, 30th pick. I don't know, somewhere around that range, but I guess we can talk about Aaron Rodgers right now.
Yeah, I mean, the story of the hour, story of the day. It'll be the story of this draft most likely, especially if something happens. But honestly, I think Aaron Aaron is just trying to ruffle some feathers. Green Bay, they drafted a backup quarterback and a third string running back in the first 2 rounds last year. So I think he's demanding a receiver first round. So I think they're really going to try to impress Aaron and tell him you're our guy, and I think they'll go receiver there. I think they'll stick at 29, but I don't see Aaron in another uniform next year. But the year after that will be something to watch. I think he could potentially get traded. But yeah, that's where my mind's at.
Crazy stuff could be happening. Angelo Espina, your brother-in-law, actually said Kyle Pitts 4th overall. Trade Julio for nothing less than 4 guys. Love Julio, but we need defense. Do you agree?
100%. I mean, Julio, great receiver. But if you have Kyle Pitts, you have Calvin Ridley, you have weapons. They'll figure it out.
Exactly.
That defense has so many holes. I mean, linebacker, corner, safety. I mean, the list goes on and on. Defensive end. You got to get some help on defense. You can put up as many points as you want, but if you're not getting a few stops a game, then you're not going to even have a chance of winning.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I don't think Julio Jones is going to be drafted here or traded here tonight. Just a lot of moving pieces around it, and I don't think that's really going to be happening. But
if you get a first-round pick for Julio Jones, don't even think twice about it. I'd pull the trigger so fast.
Oh, yeah. But it also depends on which first-round pick, too. Because if you're in the top 10, for a wide receiver needed team, maybe even the Philadelphia Eagles were at number 12 could make a move. They've been talking about trading up. Why not trade that pick for Julio Jones, maybe?
Yeah.
But I don't know. A lot of things. Miguel, a fan favorite of Time2Football. He is a very loyal fan. He calls me coach on Instagram because I give him the best fantasy football advice in the world. I did not trade this man, Stephon Diggs, for James Conner, by the way. Yeah, I did not do that. But Miguel calls me coach because he loves my advice. He actually is a Chargers fan, and he says, he's coming from Puerto Rico, by the way. He says, you think the Chargers would trade down? Thoughts?
Trade down. Well, where are they at again?
They're at number 13. So.
At 13? I don't see a lot of people really moving in the middle of the pack. I feel like they'll probably stay, maybe go corner. I think there's 2 top corners really in this draft, and it's Surtain and J.C. Horn. So if one of those guys is available, or maybe they drop down if both those guys are gone.
Could be happening, yeah. They need some corner help for sure. Penei Sewell has been tied to going and protecting his former quarterback in Justin Herbert, but possibly could happen. We don't know per se. But we are just about getting ready. We see the Jaguars draft room. If you guys have been watching this over on ESPN,
still thinking about who they're going to draft to that first pick.
It's not. We've been talking about how long are they going to take. Because I remember when Andrew Luck was getting drafted, that was probably the first time it's been like the most obvious pick. We're like, okay, we know what's going to be happening. But are they going to take 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 7 minutes to make their decision on Trevor Lawrence? I don't know. We'll see. But that means that officially the Jaguars are on the clock. Bum, 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 bum. Wow, you look at their team needs. Let me go ahead and blow this up real quick so you can read it. Mikey, you got a quarterback, offensive tackle, wide receiver, tight end, interior defensive lineman, safety, edge, running back, cornerback.
All the above.
All of the above. 22 slots that they need to fill. Quarterback is going to be Trevor Lawrence. So before we get into all their team needs and what we're going to talk about later on, which they have another first-round pick with a 25th pick, talk about Trevor Lawrence. What can he bring to the table in Jacksonville?
He brings everything. I think, looking back on the past, decade and a half, we've seen Tom Brady, Peyton Manning kind of battle it out. I think it's going to be the same thing with Trevor Lawrence and Joe Burrow. These 2 guys are just going to go at it. I mean, Trevor, he's proven he can make all the throws. He might not be the greatest athlete, but he's definitely not the worst athlete. And with his arm and, his offensive IQ, he doesn't have to have that running ability. And he's obviously a great leader. How many games did he lose at Clemson? 1 or 2?
Trevor Lawrence?
Yeah.
Outside of the playoffs, well, in regular season, 0. And then in the playoffs, I think it was a 1 or 2.
Yeah. So, I mean, he's a proven winner. Same in high school. I mean, proven winner, state champion, holds all the records. He's just one of those guys that doesn't come around often. And, Jaguars got the luck of the draw here, and, their mouth is just watering. They can't wait to get him in there. Especially having Urban Meyer there. They typically wouldn't get a coach like that, but, it's like, hey, I'll come out of retirement to coach Trevor Lawrence. Like,
Oh yeah, it was obvious by the point that they took, or when he took that job, that he was going to be taking Trevor Lawrence.
Heart pains went away.
Yeah, yeah.
Or whatever he had going on.
It's surprising. It's magical what can happen to the human body once you see that Trevor Lawrence is going to the NFL draft. But we changed the colors, by the way, in the set to teal and gold to match with the Jacksonville Jaguars. So you guys are going to be seeing an array of colors as well. Come on, you can't find this content anywhere else except Time to Football. But the Jaguars are on the clock. They are over at commercial break currently. But you look at their team needs that they had. Let me go ahead and blow that up real quick, and let's talk about that. The Jaguars, quarterback, offensive tackle, wide receiver, tight end. Whoa, wait. Tight end. Hold on. Did you hear what I heard today?
I think, unfortunately, we all heard, Tim Tebow is making an NFL comeback. What a guy.
What a guy. Good guy.
He can just do whatever he wants at this point.
Whatever he wants. 33 years old.
You can go hit, 150 in the minors or, win a playoff game and get cut. Like, I mean, he's just a special guy.
Could get married in South Africa.
Yeah,
It's
to
also-
Miss America or she was
Miss South
Worldwide
Africa.
or
Miss Universe. Miss
yeah,
South Africa.
Universe.
I don't know. We have our inside source, Sarah Khan, Miss Universe, checking that in. Okay.
Miss Universe. What did I say, worldwide?
My hot brunette wife, ladies and gentlemen. Perfect. But yeah, so Tim Tebow can pretty much do whatever he wants. It seems like that he's going to be working out with the Jaguars, already has, and has been talks with reuniting with his former head coach and Urban Meyer. Be interesting to see if that really were to happen, but I don't know.
It'd be a really cool story. Like,
It would.
Is he like up for like comeback player of the year, or is he in that consideration? Is he eligible?
If he gets like 600 yards and 5 touchdowns minimum, maybe, but I mean that's like very mediocre.
Is
for
our
a tight
current
end.
tight end Eifert?
I think Eifert did resign. He did not resign initially, and then they re-signed him. So I think they have Eifert. So they're both around the same age. So I don't know, man.
It's a story to watch.
It's a headache. It definitely is a headache. I'm going to have to take a sip of vanilla Coke. But keep on chatting with us. King Panther said, Tim Tebow with 3 W's. So www.youtube.com/timetoffootball. Make sure you guys subscribe, by the way.
Also, put your teams in the chat so we know who to look out for. And
For sure. Any Jaguars fans here? We've got 19 people joining us right
I'm about
now.
to be a Jaguars fan.
Oh my gosh, Trevor Lawrence in Jacksonville was really, really awesome. As an NFL fan, I would not have personally loved to see him play with the New York Jets. But back then, usually it was Adam Gase in my mind that I was thinking that was going to be.
He's
coaching
about
him,
to save that franchise by himself.
Yeah, Adam Gase is definitely going to save that franchise.
Yeah, Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, Trevor Lawrence is definitely going to be a good household name in the NFL for many years to come. Actually, in our backyard of Cartersville, Georgia, we're coming from you from Atlanta, Georgia. By the way, oh man, that feedback.
There we go.
I just don't want it to affect you guys. If it's on our end, then that's fine. But are the Kings of Leon? Wait, are the Jaguars not? Have we started this yet?
No, what time is it?
All right.
8:10.
I'm taking that off. Jaguars are not on the clock right now. Gosh, Kings of Leon. You know that I could use somebody. You know that song?
Oh, great song, but not for the NFL.
Fantastic. Miguel said that we do have some feedback, but hopefully we'll get that fixed for you so you don't have to hear that. But Miguel also asked, the 49ers go with Lance or Jones? That's the deciding factor and determine the whole entire landscape of this draft. What happens?
So no mention of Fields. Lance or Jones. That's where it's at.
That's where it's at.
It's just blown my mind that Justin is apparently falling. I don't know if it's just a bunch of smoke, so 49ers can take him at 3 or what. But between Lance and Jones, I'm picking Mac Jones 10 out of 10 times.
Really?
I am not huge on Trey Lance. I mean, the competition he was playing, I mean, the film wasn't even that great. Like, I don't know what people see. Obviously, I'm not an NFL scout, so maybe they see more than I do. But Mac Jones, I mean, he's proven he can make throws. He's accurate. Um, led a team to the national championship. Like, he's a proven guy. Trey
Yeah.
Lance is, maybe he has a higher ceiling, but it's nothing proven. So at 3, I'm not wasting my pick on an unknown for me. But maybe other people see
Well,
something that I don't.
Well, let me just show you real quick. Hopefully, YouTube won't flag me. But if you can see that we got the draft here, just real quick, because I don't want it to, I don't want YouTube to flag it. So, real quick, you see that Roger Goodell has taken the stage right now, and a capacity crowd as much as they can in Cleveland. But they're going to be announcing that the Jaguars are going to be making their pick or their selection. They're on the clock. Jarvis Landry also up there. Perfect. But the thing is, though, I've actually attended an NFL draft in person in 2019 when they had it over in Nashville. Drove up there, and it's amazing how many people will boo Roger Goodell for every single, all 32 picks.
It's well deserved.
Yeah, they'll boo all of them. But yeah, you have your thoughts, you have your opinions, but let's see what happens. They're giving their praises to the Cleveland greats, Joe Thomas, Bernie Kosar, and Jarvis Landry as well. Well, Cleveland for only 3 years or so, but
I love how they picked Jarvis out of all the current players.
yeah,
Not Baker, not Odell.
Baker, yeah,
Jarvis.
exactly. Well, Odell is just I mean,
don't do it.
Don't. If you're thinking about drafting Odell Beckham, don't ever draft him in fantasy football ever again. I think his time has come.
I'll take him.
Really?
I'll take him.
Oh my gosh, man! I don't know. That's a whole Nick Chubb, Kareem Hunt kind of offense there in Cleveland. So I doubt it. I doubt that will happen. But we're just checking in with the status of the live draft. See if you guys that are chiming in as we are waiting for the Jaguars to make their selection. I'm trying to listen on what Roger Goodell is saying. Sitting in a chair? What is this?
It's like sitting on Santa's lap. Looks like he's gonna sit there. Then once they get drafted, they sit on his lap, take a picture. And
I love it. But this is also in. Roger Goodell is positive on sports betting. He loves it. I'm all for that. Okay, we'll sit on your chairs and let's see what happens. So Joe Thomas is going to give a pregame speech, which he is right now. King Panther, guess what his favorite team is?
probably the Falcons.
You hear that? Probably the Falcons.
See the Panthers.
All right, we've got a Jacksonville fan right now, ladies and gentlemen, that is sitting on the chair. I have no idea what that means, but she is sitting on the chair. I think this stream right here might be 10 or 15 seconds behind than the actual stream, but that's okay.
Panthers pick at 8.
Yeah, King Panther, who you taking? Who you taking at 8?
I think they're praying that Penny Sewell drops all the way down to 8.
Sewell, Rashawn Slater, any one of them. And now the draft is officially open, and on the clock will be the Jacksonville Jaguars. So let's go back and throw that graphic up there. Boom, boom. On the clock. Finally. It happened. finally, after I'm pretty sure it was a decent performance by Kings of Leon, but nothing against them. I just took a little bit of time. Anyways, yes, may the draft begin. Here we go. So hopefully you guys are joining us. And like we mentioned, we're not going to be feeding the audio into the stream. We don't want YouTube to kick us out. We're going to follow and comply by the rules. So please watch the draft on your phone, your iPads, whatever, and then join on YouTube for an official reaction from us. So they were 1 of 15 in 2020, and it was a godsend that the Jets tried and won against the LA Rams because that gave them the number 1 overall pick.
And there's Trevor with his newly wedded wife.
Yeah, that's
whose hair is longer.
Debatable. He's got some pretty long hair, but
just looks like a power couple.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that his wife. What's his wife's? Marissa. Okay, that's her. I would say her hair is much longer, but Trevor Lawrence is set real quick. That's gonna be a short house party that he has over there. I understand why he didn't want to come to Cleveland because there's no point. You're gonna get drafted and then you're just gonna move on.
So we're at almost the 8-minute mark here. See how much longer they have to think about who they're taking.
Oh, you got to drag it out. You got to drag it out all the way.
I mean, does the Tebow thing play a factor in who they draft here? You know, some quarterback competition.
I think so. I think if I had to put my finger on it, Tim Tebow going to Jacksonville would mean that they pass up on Lawrence, and then would go with Kyle Pitts. Dude, what if they get Jamar Chase? Can you? My gosh, Jamar Chase to Jacksonville, bro.
Dude, imagine a tight end room with Kyle Pitts and Tebow.
Oh, that'd be insane, man.
What is Tebow's 40 speed? Do you think
now
4.8?
Okay, he's 33. Yeah. I'm gonna say that. I thought they.
They're assuming they're picking Trevor Lawrence for some reason.
Yeah, for some reason. You're showing a lot of footage and a lot of highlights of Trevor Lawrence, but you don't know what's going to happen. You just don't know. But some of his amazing highlights that he had, is that T. Higgins that he just threw to? Wow.
Justin Ross.
I think it's going to show a little bit of T. Higgins. But anyways, yeah, Lawrence. Oh, King Panther actually replied and said, I actually think it'd be better if Carolina traded down unless Sewell is there. Now, there are talks with the Panthers trading down with the Patriots if Justin Fields were to fall. Could happen. As we check in with Trevor Lawrence and awaiting his
That's interesting.
draft pick.
The Panthers trading down. I mean, say if for some reason Sewell and Slater aren't there, then they might trade back, or they could stay and pick the corner out of Virginia Tech if he's there.
Caleb Farley, yeah.
Yeah, I don't see them drafting. They're either going to go tackle or corner, without a doubt, in my opinion.
Yeah, I could see that. I got them in our mock drafts. We got them getting either Sewell or Rashawn Slater. I doubt you would get anyone else, but now we got Booger McFarland giving his inside take. You seen those Booger McFarland memes online?
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
That's actually great.
They're actually really good. It's kind of like a little bit like throwback to John Madden kind of thing. What is up with that feedback? I think it's our headphones. It's our skull candies for sure. So please excuse us. They're about to make this pick 5 minutes in already.
It's going to hit 0.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. Happens every year.
Has to. Yeah. If you guys are joining us in chat, again, please interact with us and let us know your thoughts. Who's your favorite team, and who do you think your favorite team is going to be picking in this NFL draft? Again, we're still looking for a Jacksonville Jaguars fan. If there's anyone out there that is a Jacksonville Jaguars fan, let us know. let us know, and we would love to just cherish this moment with you and you getting one of the best players that's coming in the NFL draft in a very long time. As they are currently right now on ESPN showing the Urban Meyer system that he ran in Ohio State and how that could be a good fit for Trevor Lawrence. Who knows? A little bit of play action, QB rollout. They showed highlights of Dwayne Haskins. Remember, he was a thing in Ohio State.
Yeah, if you can make Dwayne Haskins, was he a first round draft pick? I'm pretty sure he was.
He was first round, number 15.
See, if Urban can make him a first round pick, then what's wrong with Justin Fields?
Epilepsy.
Yeah, hate that.
That's going to be a factor. But best of luck to him in his health. But I doubt that Justin Fields will go out of the top 10. I saw one guy, Charlie Casserly of NFL Network, put Justin Fields going to the Steelers at number 24. Huh? And then Chris Sims, the former Buccaneers quarterback, got the Buccaneers drafting Justin Field at number 32.
It's so bizarre. How do you go from being guaranteed number 2 quarterback in this draft to maybe possibly falling out of the first round or being the last pick in the first round? It's really absurd to me.
It's odd to me. There has to be something that happened. I don't know. That's the only explanation. As now we are approaching the 7-minute mark that the Jacksonville Jaguars have taken to make their decision. What is going on in that war room right now? No idea, but
maybe they know they'll never be in this position for the next 15 years, so maybe they're just soaking it all in.
Only explanation I can think of, and you see a whole crew behind them as well, getting this for a future documentary, which would be pretty nice. King Panther, the only one that's chiming in with us, so make sure you guys are chiming in as well. He says the Giants are interesting. I believe their offense is underrated and would like to see who they get. Love Evan Ingram, by the way. After signing Kenny Galladay, I have to agree.
Is he suggesting they should pick Fields? Or
I don't know, but I would not do that, personally. I think Daniel Jones got a couple more years to show what he's got before you got to think about moving on from him. He doesn't have as much pressure as someone like Sam Darnold did.
But, I don't know. I think I disagree there.
Really?
I think we've seen 2.5 years of Daniel Jones.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, he's not really progressing. I mean, he's been pretty stable at where he's at. It's like he's on a plateau. It's not going up. It's not going down. So I think they know what they have there.
Yeah. Exactly. He actually leads the NFL. I saw an interesting stat about Daniel Jones. It was he leads the NFL in turnovers on the last year and a half as long as he's been playing. And no one has had as many turnovers in the NFL in his first year and a half since Jamarcus Russell. So the clock could be ticking on Daniel Jones.
At the same time, though, the Giants have had the worst offensive line for the past 7 or 8 years.
Oh yeah,
maybe longer.
Yeah, and they tried to fix that with Will Hernandez and
Nate Solder.
Nate Solder, yeah, and who did they draft? Andrew Thomas from Georgia last year at number 4. Yeah,
I was real big on him last year, and
Are you still big on him?
Yeah, I mean, I think you saw it last year. He improved dramatically throughout the year. Those first few games, I mean, it was rough. I was so shocked. I thought he was going to be the best offensive tackle we've seen in the past couple of years. But now we have Penny Sewell. Mm-hmm. So that just goes right out the window. But, yeah, I was surprised he struggled. But I think they found a guy there.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go with the Jags.
And, again, our audio cannot be going in to this. So let me go ahead and say that Trevor Lawrence has officially been drafted by the Jacksonville Jaguars. So the quarterback who played at Clemson, has not won a regular or lost a regular season game, will now be the quarterback of the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah, he's going to have to get used to losing down there because I don't see that changing anytime soon.
Trevor Lawrence, now officially a Jacksonville Jaguar. So now he makes his official claim as the Jaguars quarterback. Gardner Minshew will be going to the bench as it is to back up Trevor Lawrence, and this is the beginning of a new era. Lawrence is going to have to get some new weapons, which they can address later on in the draft with their 10 total NFL draft picks in this 2021 draft. Everyone excited to have Trevor Lawrence as the next quarterback of the franchise. Mikey, your thoughts?
I mean, it was a no-brainer. I mean, this is maybe a once-in-a-lifetime quarterback. But he has the potential to be the best quarterback in the league in, 2 to 3 years? Once Aaron retires, whenever that will be, Tom will probably be done. So hopefully we'll be seeing the Jags in the playoffs some more,
Hopefully. It could be happening as now that we've moved on from the Jaguars pick, the Jets are now officially on the clock with just under 6.5 minutes left for them. So let's go ahead and change this actually to a green color in the back to kind of match with the Jets color. No surprise, Jacksonville selects Clemson quarterback Trevor Lawrence with the first overall pick in 2021. So the Jaguars are officially on the clock, or Jaguars are off the clock now. It's the Jets that are on the clock. And man, oh man, with the Jets, I think it's pretty obvious at this point, too, what they're going to be doing.
Yeah, looks like they'll be drafting an 8th grader and Zach Wilson. No, I'm kidding. I know I look like I'm 15 as well, so I understand his struggles there.
I want to read a quick text that I got from my roommate, Zoe. And this is what he said. He was like, who we drafting? I said, Zach Wilson, BYU QB. People saying just off of his athleticism, it's something comparable with the potential of Patrick Mahomes. Just athleticism alone. Zoe said, F him. He's gonna period. Screw us. I've been to BYU. He's probably a virgin. I don't know if he is or not. I don't think it really matters. But if he is, well, he's using that inner unreleased energy to make some great plays over at BYU. So,
wow.
But
you think Kuiper had the same words about him?
Kuiper, Daniel Jeremiah, all those top guys. Yeah, of course. So Zach Wilson is projected to be the next pick here for the Jets. Have you watched a lot of tape on him, and do you feel like this is a good pick for the Jets?
Well, first off, there's not a lot of tape on him. I mean, he's been a quarterback for, a year? So I'm very skeptical. I mean, played at BYU. I don't know. He's a big question mark to me. I probably would have been taking Fields here.
Yeah.
I just don't know. I mean, he has the athleticism, but he's going to get creamed in the NFL.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be tough for the Jets to really move on if Zach Wilson is not that guy for them, because they did move on with Sam Darnold for almost nothing. And a lot of people are thinking like, okay, well, here we go again with the whole quarterback carousel. Like, can we not just settle on like a franchise quarterback? Well, they have faith in Zach Wilson, and there were reports that they didn't know whether or not they were going to trade Sam Darnold earlier, but because Zach Wilson's shoulder was hurt, but it seemed like he was fine. He threw well, and it's going to be more than likely Zach Wilson that's going to be the next quarterback of the New York Jets. But I think that King Panther actually dissed the Cowboys. He said cowgirls to Cowboys after the draft. I mean, it all depends. Patrick Surtain, Kwity Paye, Jalen Phillips. There's a lot of options for them, but they got to go defense. And if they go offense yet again, I'm going to be like Jerry Jones. Stop it. Stop.
They need another receiver.
Yeah.
Just like the Falcons need Kyle Pitts.
Exactly. Yeah. Michael Gallup at this point is not tradable at all. That's a joke, by the way. I would trade him if I was the Cowboys. But Zach Wilson has some pretty good highlights right here as you see him at the BYU Pro Day. They're also comparing it to 12 personnel that the Green Bay Packers were running as well. But
Funny story about BYU real quick. So
yes.
Jamal Williams, running back for the Lions now, was with the Packers. He actually I don't know if he got kicked out of BYU or if he got like suspended because he had a girl in his dorm room.
Ooh,
So
that's a no-no.
For all the recruits watching, keep that in mind.
No girls allowed. Only men. But this is like the kind of offense that it seems like that Zach Wilson is going to be comfortable in against like that 12 personnel, the play action. Again, I have not watched a lot of film on Zach Wilson. What I do is I just look at everybody else's mock drafts and then base my opinion off of that, just like everybody else. And then I say that I'm smart because of that. No. But Wilson will be the quarterback. And how do you think Sam Darnold's going to fare in Carolina? Because I know King Panther is kind of pissed that Carolina traded Bridgewater for only a 6th round, now that Sam Darnold is their only quarterback.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal for a Panthers fan. I mean, Sam Darnold is not the answer. I actually had him as the number 2 quarterback in his draft class behind Baker. So being a Panthers fan, my heart goes out to you. You're just going to keep suffering. But, as like a Falcons fan, living in Atlanta, we love it.
And here we go. Again, our TV right here is a little bit behind, but we've got the feed going in. Again, no audio, but Zach Wilson is officially the selection for the New York Jets.
So with Zach Wilson with the Jets now,
yeah, Zach
do you
Wilson.
feel like he has a ton of pressure going into it, or do you think,
I
like
think
compared
so.
to Sam being there, I feel like Sam had very high expectations. So going through a few years with Sam, like is the organization or the fans like are they just like sick of losing? Like they want Zach to go in there and just light it up. Like what do you think
Yeah.
the expectation is for him?
I think the expectation, yeah, it is going to be to light it up. And New York Jets fans are very, very harsh. Not as harsh as like maybe like the Philadelphia Eagles, but they would love to see their football team eventually win one day. And hopefully they believe that Zach Wilson is going to be that guy that's going to help them turn this franchise around. You're going to have to get some weapons. Denzel Mims and Corey Davis probably won't do it enough. Jameson Crowder as well on top of that list, but you need a tight end. You need more weapons. They brought in Tevin Coleman to be a running back, but again, you're picking number 23. You could go down the route of getting a defensive player like you need desperately. We actually, in my mock draft, I have them getting Azeez Ojulari from Georgia, but you could also go down the route of maybe Najee Harris, Travis Etienne, a lot of options.
Is it me or does it feel like the Jets choose a defensive tackle every single year in the first round?
Yeah, Quinnen Williams seems like he was the last 2 picks for the.
Yeah, I mean, what a stud though. I mean,
Yeah,
you got your guy on the defensive line there. I mean, you also need some edge help.
Bless you. Thank you. But now we've got the 49ers coming over here on the clock. So
This is where it gets fun. This is, kind of the unknown right here. I mean, there are reports that Justin's fallen down, but there's still a little bit in me that thinks that Justin goes here.
You really think so?
Yeah. I mean,
I don't know, man. It's going to be tough for me to really get behind them taking Justin Fields just because of all the multiple reports. I would love it. In my mock draft, I actually had them taking Justin Fields, but I don't know, man.
I just feel like Fields is a perfect fit in that system. I mean, he's mobile, dual threat quarterback, And you look what Shanahan did just with like Matt Ryan, using Matt Ryan in the play action. Imagine Justin Fields in that, with the strong running game, running play action, throw it to George Kittle, Debo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, tons of weapons to help him out. I mean, I would just really love to see that scenario, whether we see it or not. I mean, whichever quarterback gets drafted here, I think they're going into a very fortunate situation. One, because if they keep Garoppolo, there's not a ton of pressure for them to come in and start right away.
Right.
And then two, like I said, like they have a ton of weapons, so they can go in there. They have an established coach, established offense, some leaders on that offensive side of the ball. So, whoever goes here, between the Jags, Jets, and 49ers, 49ers is the best situation, in my opinion.
Yeah, it definitely is. You talked about that speed that they have, and Kyle Shanahan being this huge offensive guru. And if this offense were to stay healthy, because Debo Samuel
Kittle.
Kittle as well was hurt. Brandon Ayuk, I think he got COVID at one point, and he also was hurt too.
Yeah.
So, if people can stay healthy, then yeah, this will be definitely a good situation for the 49ers for any quarterback, whether it be Trey Lance or Mac Jones. We know that Kyle Shanahan has those ties to those pocket passers just because of his dad with Mike Shanahan liking those pocket passers as well, to the point where I think I mentioned this in the NFL mock draft that we recorded, that the unseen footage, the lost footage. I got to put that up on Patreon or something, because we had some audio issues. That's why we couldn't really do anything. But as you take a look at the 49ers in their war room, they're clapping. I don't know. Maybe they made their decision on who they're going to be taking. But yeah, they love their pocket passers. And like I mentioned, that mock draft was the fact that the 49ers or Kyle Shanahan drafted Kirk Cousins in the same draft year as RG3, knowing that Mike Shanahan and Kyle Shanahan knew that Kirk Cousins was going to be better, but they just wanted to make ownership happy, and taking RG3 really explains how they value these pocket passers. So Mac Jones could be the option.
If you're the 49ers, who do you take?
Well, if Justin Fields is off the table?
No, any of them.
Oh, Justin Fields. I'm taking Fields. I love Fields. I've seen him play. I've seen him play in big pressure situations. And just being here in Georgia as well, when he was in Georgia, I did a lot of research on him and watched him play in high school, and I feel like he's the best option.
Yeah.
That's just me personally. And again, if you don't like Fields and you got someone else as your guy, that's fine. That's cool. But I feel like Fields is better than Mac Jones and Trey Lance.
Does the chat have any input on this? Who they think is going to be taken?
Yeah, let us know in the chat who you guys have the 49ers taking at the spot. Miguel said, let's go. The draft star now. Who are you referring to? Oh, the draft starts now. It was a typo. King Panther said, personally, I think Vikings need a new quarterback, as we were talking about Kirk Cousins. Oh, well.
Yeah, but they're locked in that contract with Kirk for, another year or two?
It's going to be a while. And by the rate of which quarterbacks are being traded now, you're going to have to trade Kirk Cousins. I would not be surprised if they're asking prices for minimum a second-round pick. Minimum first-round pick, even. As the pick is now in for the San Francisco 49ers. So let's see who they're going to be taking. That was pretty quick for the 49ers. And actually, as a matter of fact, as we are waiting for the pick, Mikey, speak to the audience about anything for 15 seconds. I'm going to go ahead and get this live stream up to date.
Yeah, so 49ers, they're about to take Fields here. Just deep down in my heart.
Fake news.
It's just a Fields.
Fake news.
They were just blowing smoke to the media. Also, I think my iPad disconnected from the Wi-Fi.
Did it really?
I think so.
Uh-oh. Let's see if we can fix that as we wait for the 49ers to make their selection.
What if they just don't go quarterback? Some bizarre pick.
Bro, Google is working. Oh, I just disconnected from the Wi-Fi and reconnected.
Sweet. Thank you.
Magic, dude. Technology, bro. As the 49ers are ready to take the stage. Okay, this is still like about 5 seconds behind. All right, actually ahead. So let's see who they take. Oh
Wow.
my goodness.
Wow.
Oh. Well, would you look at that? The kid from North Dakota State University follows the footsteps of another North Dakota State University quarterback, Carson Wentz, and finds himself being drafted inside of the top 3. Mikey, oh my goodness, what a surprise.
Yeah, I mean, good for that kid. I mean, he just kept moving up the draft boards. I mean, we heard about it, but it was, do we actually believe what we're hearing? And for him to go play at North Dakota State and get recognized, it's just a really cool story. Was that him and Carson Wentz?
Yeah,
Maybe that's a QBU.
it could be. Trey Lance, quarterback, North Dakota State, will now find himself competing with Jimmy Garoppolo for the starting quarterback job. And it could be the future of the franchise for the San Francisco 49ers after their faith in Jimmy Garoppolo is dwindling down, not having a lot of faith in him. Lance to the 49ers, leaving Mac Jones still available on that draft board. Whew.
Wow, I'm honestly shook right now.
Yeah.
But going back to like what I said though, I mean like he either sits behind Garoppolo for a year, or he goes in there and fits in a system and has a lot of weapons around him, has good defense there. They're probably going to make the playoffs.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean they are a playoff contender in my eyes with that defense and the offensive weapons that they have. And we've seen Garoppolo miss some pretty easy throws. He can't throw it beyond 15 yards. And, we're watching highlights and Trey Lance is just throwing bombs here. So
Yeah.
that could just open that offense up. Especially with the deep threat they have now and Ayuk. Get Kittle and some open space in the middle of the field.
And it's crazy, too, because I feel like in a lot of people's mock drafts, it was either Justin Fields or Mac Jones. And that was just from what people were hearing. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't until like a couple of days ago where they really narrowed it down to Trey Lance could be a realistic option. And I liked him at North Dakota State when he threw for 28 touchdowns and 0 interceptions a couple years ago. And now he's officially going to be a San Francisco 49er. This is crazy.
Yeah. Now we got the Falcons, and there were some reports. It's like depending on what the 49ers do.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's the possibilities are honestly endless for the Atlanta Falcons, and we're going to change the set to red here for the Falcons because you got to think about it now. If teams are asking about Mac Jones or teams are asking about Justin Fields, are they going to make that trade to trade down?
Yeah, I mean, the Falcons, they have a ton of holes on defense, so they could move down. They could put a pretty hefty price on that 4th overall pick, and move down, maybe get a couple first round picks, maybe for the future. Obviously for this year as well. But I think they stay put. A lot of rumors about Kyle Pitts. Falcons just falling in love with him, so it'd be really cool to see. Yeah. Pitts there, especially if Julio gets traded.
That'd be crazy. There's all the talk about the contract and before June 1st, after June 1st. So I don't think it's going to be happening right here, right now. But
you honestly know what I think is going to happen, Julio?
What's that?
I don't think any team is willing to trade for that contract, especially like a valuable, first round pick, second round pick. And the Falcons are in a cap issue.
Oh, yeah.
They can't even sign their draft class. I think they're going to cut him.
They've been in a cap issue for the last 5 years. Thanks, Thomas Dimitroff.
Yeah, this player had 3 sacks. Let's give him $15 million. No, great.
Takk McKinley to a T.
Vic Beasley.
Oh my gosh. we are Falcons fans as well. Mikey's a bigger Green Bay Packers fan, but we have lots of love for the Atlanta Falcons, especially me and I. Oh my gosh. I'd be happy with Kyle Pitts. I honestly would be.
Yeah, it's It's funny. The fan base is either so pissed that they draft Kyle Pitts or everyone loves it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know, 'cause I think a lot of people hate on Matt Ryan, and so
Okay.
they're just sick of seeing him in a Falcons uniform. So I think, especially Justin being available, hometown kid, like go get Justin, see what he can
Yeah.
do. Let's change it up because the last couple of years have been pretty rough. So
I just think with Matt Ryan's contract, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to get Justin Fields right now. Wait until next year, the year after, whatever it may be, to get your quarterback. But I don't feel like that this is a year right now to get Justin Fields. And if you get him, I can get behind it. But I think it would be smartest right now to get
pick is
more
in.
the more surefire Hall of Famer, which I think is going to be Kyle Pitts. Yes, the pick is in for the Falcons. Oh my goodness. Let me go back to this chat because I want to see what you guys are saying. King Panther called Mac Jones. Oof. So did I. Did not happen. Lil Dubois.
You scared me. I thought you meant the Falcons chose Mac Jones.
Oh my gosh.
If that happens, I will leave this
yes!
set right now.
Yes! Come on, Mac Jones. Falcons.
So you'd give Arthur Smith a couple years with Matt Ryan before he drafted quarterback?
Or I'm going to say at least one more year. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's a big fan of Matt Ryan. And actually, as a matter of fact, now that you're talking about Arthur Smith, I got to show you something real quick. Let me pull this up if I can. Because I saw a picture of him, and I was like, oh my gosh, this looks very, very familiar. Let me go ahead and see if I can find it. Yeah, let's show this on the feed. That's you in 20 years.
Me.
Yes.
Oh, dear God.
Maybe 25.
Pray
30
for me,
years.
guys.
I don't know. I saw a picture of him and was like, oh, then maybe that might be Mikey when he's a little bit older. It's okay. Rise up, baby. As we got the Falcons fan on the chair, which I still don't understand. But the pick is in. They're not trading back. Let's go. Who are the Falcons going to get?
My heart is beating so fast right now.
Oh, man. I paused the stream. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, my goodness. I'm happy with it. I can get behind it.
Look at
Kyle
him wearing my
Pitts.
Green Bay colors.
Green Bay Packers colors, but it does not matter because Kyle Pitts is officially going to be an Atlanta Falcon. Ladies and gentlemen, Pitts to the Falcons brings a whole new dynamic to that offense. And you may say to yourself, like, what does that mean for the Falcons offense? Why do they need to do that? Because they already had Hayden Hurst have a very decent season.
Yeah.
Why do you need to bring in Kyle Pitts? Listen, people don't understand the fact of depth, yes, but also having a future Hall of Famer. You're really going to settle for someone that had 600 yards and maybe 5 touchdowns and give up what could be a potential 10, 15-year veteran in the NFL?
He's so unique. So what is special about Kyle is he can line up anywhere. He can line up at tight end. You can put him out.
Yeah.
Corner can't guard him. Deep or linebacker can't guard him. So it's like, how do you guard this guy? The question is, you don't stop him. He's gonna get his yards. He's gonna get his catches. And so with Hayden Hurst there, obviously it makes things difficult having both of those guys on at the same time. But if you look at Arthur Smith's offenses, he loves 2 tight end sets.
Oh, yeah.
So he's going to fit in perfectly, and he's a matchup nightmare. And you look at the top offenses in the league. We got Kansas City, we got Green Bay, and you look at the tight ends that they have. Travis Kelce, Tanyan had a great year. San Francisco with Kittle. So having a good tight end obviously is very valuable in today's NFL.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think, like you said, it's very, very valuable in those top offenses. And you kind of mentioned that in the lost footage of the mock draft that nobody will ever see. But right now we've got the the Cincinnati Bengals on the clock As you see the Falcons' war room, they are excited with Terry Fontenot. I don't know. Something like that.
Fontenot,
Font,
I think.
Fatunio. If anyone knows how to pronounce his name, comment in the chat below. But it's going to be Kyle Pitts as the first selection in his new regime,
I love it.
replacing Thomas Dimitrov, which we were all very sad about, very devastated. But yeah, Kyle Pitts. Andrew Brackens joined us in the chat. I think if they're drafting a QB, is definitely to sit on the bench. Okay, well, they're drafting Kyle Pitts now. But yeah, definitely sit on the bench for 2 years if they did take a QB.
Yeah.
Josue. I worked with Josue in Apple. He's a 49ers fan. I forgot about that. Trey Lance, baby. You got your quarterback. And then Angelo said, gonna be better than Kelsey if he stays at tight end.
I agree. You know,
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean that's a very big comparison. Kelsey's most dominant tight end we've seen. Sorry, I'm excited to hear what he has to say about joining the Falcons.
Oh, that's okay. He's giving his speech. Yeah, get to Atlanta. Start a new journey.
If you had to pick one player, well, Trevor Lawrence is obviously in this draft, but if you had to pick a couple players from this draft class where you're like, who's going to be a Hall of Famer? Who's going to make 10 Pro Bowls? You know, people are probably going to be saying Trevor Lawrence, Kyle Pitts. Those are probably going to be the top two answers there.
Yeah.
So the Falcons that, getting a Hall of Famer at 4, if he can stay healthy, Matt Ryan loves throwing to the tight end. So it could have been a better landing spot for Kyle Pitts there.
I agree. And I think a name that might be a little bit underrated is Penei Sewell.
Yeah.
Who could also be a multi-time Pro Bowler. Something ridiculous like 1 or 2 sacks only given up. And since he was like a sophomore, or maybe his whole entire college career, I don't know.
Yeah,
but
he's nasty. And that brings, now we're on to the Bengals. Brings up interesting point because, they really need some help there for Burrow in protection and in receiving. So I think it's between Jamar Chase and Penei Sewell.
I think so as well.
I think they ultimately go Jamar. I just think Joe has that connection with Jamar Chase from his time at LSU. They showed their dynamic duo, and I think Joe just pleads for him, to the front office. I need this guy. We can be something special. We've already proven it. Get this guy in. I'll show you what's up.
Yeah, it could have happened. A lot of people are saying, I saw a meme. Oh my gosh, if I can pull this up, it would be amazing. So I'm not even going to talk about it unless I can pull it up. NFL memes. But yeah, people are saying, well, if you want Joe Burrow to keep his knee intact, you're going to have to get Penei Sewell. But I probably can't pull it up because I searched like an old person. But anyways, I can't find it right now, but let me see if I can just zoom in to this image right here. Let me pull this up. All right, zooming in. Okay, right, boom. It was like, the caption was, everybody, oh, go get Jamar Chase. And then it said, his knee. Right there. As he's posing for the new threads. But, yeah, Joe Burrow is, I don't even know if he's on track to come back for the beginning of the season.
It was just ACL, right?
It was, but he tore it, I think, week 11, somewhere around there.
Yeah, it'll be close. I mean, with technology now, people are returning a lot sooner than what it used to be. So,
yeah,
they're not going to rush it. They're not a
yeah.
playoff contender, so unless he's 100%, they're not going to risk it.
Some people think otherwise, whether they're not a playoff contender or not. They just feel like they're a few pieces away. But you see right there on the bottom, if you guys are watching this live, you see that the team needs a wide receiver, offensive tackle. Well, obviously, we talked about Jamar Chase, Penei Sewell. Tight end, if Kyle Pitts fell to them, I think they would have chosen him over Jamar Chase personally. Interior offensive lineman and an edge rusher are their biggest needs that the Bengals would like to address at some point in this draft. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Remains to be seen.
Yeah. I mean, it's easy to just go ahead and cross off interior line, defensive end, just because there's no one elite
Yeah, it's
to take at 5.
they got 5. Yeah, Landon Dickerson from Alabama is probably going to go like top 15, top 20, maybe top 25, but I don't think at this point top 5.
No.
No, obviously not.
I don't know if Landon will even make it first round.
Yeah.
I mean, Tampa Bay, I think, would be a
Maybe.
perfect fit for him.
Oh my gosh, if he falls to Tampa Bay, I think we're all going to hate that, but it's okay. The pick is in for the Cincinnati Bengals. They talked about for so long, hey, we're not going to trade from number 5. We're going to keep at number 5 no matter what. And so now they're ready to make their selection here on the Time to Football live draft reaction show. We appreciate you guys tuning in. Again, if you guys are just tuning in now, make sure you guys pull up the draft on the side on your TV, computer, iPhone, iPad, whatever it is. We already have a better turnout than last year. I think last year we only had max 11 people, and this year minimum we just dropped down to 10, but we were at 12 for the longest time. So
Let's break 20.
oh, we already did earlier.
Let's go.
I think we got 21. But here we go with the Bengals. Popping up as Roger Goodell is saying his highs to this Bengals fan. But let's see what he says. Bengals select. As expected, Jamar Chase is now going to be a Cincinnati Bengal for the foreseeable future. Joe Burrow's former teammate from LSU will now make that transition into being a wide receiver for the Cincinnati Bengals. Mikey, what are your thoughts on Jamar Chase?
Best dress so far. You can just tell he's elite. He looks like Randy Moss. He's about to just go in there and cook.
Agreed. He's definitely dressed really well.
You know, this was my pick for the Bengals since day one. You know, Jamar and Joe, they just have that special connection. It'll be fun to watch them in the NFL. He can beat you so many ways. He's a great route runner. He has that top end speed. He can line up inside, outside. Just a complete receiver. I mean, this draft is so much fun just because of the wide receiver class between Smith, Chase, Waddle, Bateman. I mean, the list goes down to about like 7 guys that are, you know, first round talent. But I think Jamar is just like on another level compared to those other guys. And, you know, I think the Bengals' mindset is they can get a tackle later on. I think they'll be able to get one early second round. So why not take the best wide receiver in this draft class?
Yeah, absolutely. Lil Dubois, am I pronouncing your name correctly?
DeBow.
DeBois. I'm from Cincy. They all want Chase. Trust me. LOL.
Let's go.
Well, you got your wish.
Yeah.
And now officially, Jamar Chase is a top 5 pick and did not play in 2020, but he didn't have to because he's one of the better wide receivers, pass catchers in this draft. Some people would compare him to Julio Jones as far as the draft prospect in that wide receiver class. But now we move on to the Miami Dolphins. Oh, hold on now. The Dolphins just finessed everybody in this whole NFL draft when they moved down from number 3, which was Trey Lance, down to number 12, but then they moved back up with the Philadelphia Eagles to number 6. And they got an additional first-round pick out of it just from dropping down 3 spots. Who did they take?
I think we might see a little back-to-back reunited teammates here. We got Tua as the quarterback there in Miami. They obviously need some receiving help. So, you know, between Devontae Smith, Jalen Waddle, can't go wrong with either one. They both kind of bring up. There's a little difference there between the two. Personally, I like Waddle. Devontae Smith, great kid. Heisman winner. Either way, you can't go wrong there. Personally, I like Waddle. I think he has a little bit of that Tyreek Hill in him. So
Ooh.
Yeah.
Tyreek Hill and Waddle.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I like that. I think you don't think Will Fuller and that signing is going to deter them from getting a wide receiver in this draft?
I mean, maybe they go Penny Sewell just to protect Tua since he's made out of glass. But I don't know. You just have these receivers that I feel like don't come around as often. I feel like Chase, Devontae Smith, Waddle. I think they're in a category above the others, even though the others are really good. Um, so I don't know. What are your thoughts on it? Who do you think they take?
In my mock draft, I had them taking Sewell just because of that Will Fuller signing. I think they can hold off on a receiver for just one more year. But like you said, these kind of wide receivers don't come often.
Yeah.
Actually, as a matter of fact, last year, there was not a single wide receiver that was drafted in the top 10. And now we're talking about 3 potential wide receivers that could be drafted in the top 10. So that kind of tells you. And to that point, I think the first wide receiver taken last year was Henry Ruggs. And that whole experiment could work out in Las Vegas, but as of right now, it's not seeming to be going that way. Dang, feedback? Sorry about that, guys. The YouTube wants to cut me off because they don't like what I'm saying about taking Penei Sewell. But I like that pick, but I could see them going Devontae Smith as well.
I mean, you got Fuller, Devontae Parker, Preston Williams?
Preston Williams, yeah.
I mean, that's not a bad receiving corp right there. So maybe they do go Sewell here.
Yeah.
Let's see. The pick is in, so we're just waiting for Goodell
to make that transition over to the stage and give the little high five to the person sitting at the chair. We missed that explanation, by the way. If you guys know why they're sitting on that chair, please comment with us in the live chat. We would like to know so we can address that on this Time to Football live reaction show. We appreciate you guys joining us for this episode of Time to Football. Again, every Thursday night we have an episode of Time to Football, and Thursday night just happened to be the draft. We're doing this thing live. Lil Dubois said close enough. Bowie. Lil Dubois. Mel Kiper's, have you noticed his mouth? It's a mouth.
I can't get past his hair.
Some good hair. Kind of receding a bit, but that just happens with age. I mean, I'm having a little bit of hair loss right now. Roll your eyes. As the Dolphins are ready to announce their pick, Roger Goodell will be making that long walk over to the stage. Let's see who's going to be the number 6 overall pick of the 2021 NFL Draft. Who do we got? Who do we got? Look at you, calling it with those Alabama wide receivers. Jalen Waddle is now officially a Miami Dolphin. And check out the swag that he's got as well, if you guys are watching on the side. Mikey, Jalen Waddle, Miami Dolphins.
Love it. Love it. Waddle, if you watch him, he's just brings another level to an offense. I mean, he might be small, but he will go up and jump over everyone for a ball. People talk about 50-50 balls with him. I swear it's like 80-20. And at his size, it's just unbelievable. He's so fun to watch. I mean, you can put him on jet sweeps. You can, run slants, run verticals, obviously. Safeties always will have to keep an eye on him. So I think that's where Miami was. He just brings another dimension that Devontae Smith might not. And then obviously, people have a question with Devontae about his weight, and they're concerned about that. So I think that could have played a factor into it, but it'll be fun to watch Tua back with Waddle. So. Oh
yeah, that'll be very interesting to see.
Oh, the Lions pick is already in as well.
Oh, already?
So, yeah. Well, so okay, I'm pretty shocked here with the Lions. I mean, we're just going straight into it.
Yeah.
I think we might see 3 receivers in a row right here.
You think so?
Yeah.
They desperately need a wide receiver.
Philly's about to be really pissed if Devontae Smith goes right here.
Gosh,
but they also could with the Lions, I think they might go corner as well. Maybe Sertan, maybe J.C. Horn. You got Allen Robinson in the division. You got Devontae Adams, Justin Jefferson. You need a corner to
Yeah, you
lock
do.
down those guys, or
Oh yeah.
limit them to 6 catches because you're not going to shut them down.
Yeah, and they've got Jeff Okuda, who's still a project, and hopefully that'll pan out because he had a great college career at Ohio State.
Yeah,
But you do desperately need a wide receiver because you see at the team needs right now for the Detroit Lions: wide receiver, cornerback, offensive tackle, and they just extended Frank Ragnow on the offensive line, or they picked up his 5th-year option. I think as of right now, they're gonna go. If I had to make a pick or a prediction on this, it would be Devontae Smith.
yeah. I think I'm right there with you. And Devontae's probably pissed. It's either South Beach or Detroit. So him and Waddle will be talking about that.
As a person that has personally been to Detroit,
I'm sorry.
well, I mean, there's probably some people that live in Detroit and they love it because it's like an artsy town, or they're trying to make it more artsy and all that. It was definitely in the progress of becoming one of those artsy towns. But yeah, it was not like LA.
If I'm not mistaken, Waddle tried playing in the national championship game last year while he was like limping the whole time.
Yeah, he
So
did.
if that doesn't tell you about how much he loves football and how much he's committed to the team.
And everybody was saying that was a dumb decision, just save
Yeah.
it for the NFL draft. But he just
I said
proved
it.
that he proved that he's willing to do whatever it takes, and it doesn't matter because he's still a top 6 pick
Yeah,
in the NFL draft.
yeah. And with Waddle too, you can use him on special teams as you're seeing here. If you're watching the draft, so
Yeah,
you get a receiver, you get a punt returner, kick returner, just very dynamic receiver.
yeah,
I love it.
yeah, a lot of options for the Miami Dolphins and Jalen Waddle, and him attending the NFL draft wearing that Miami Dolphins hat. He's going to be playing with his former quarterback in Tua Tagovailoa. His ankle, I think, should be fine at this point, but the Lions pretty quick to make that pick and that selection. So let's see who they're going to be picking here.
It's. I just looked at the needs I had for the Lions. So it was receiver, corner, and offensive tackle. So you got Sewell there, you got Devontae Smith there, and you have whichever corner you rated number 1.
See, so here's the thing. In my mock draft, I had the Lions trading back to number 19 because Washington loved Trey Lance. And the Lions talked about trading back. So I had them trading back to number 19. Washington moving up to number 7, and Trey Lance was available, taking Trey Lance. Now, with Trey Lance gone, the Lions making the pick, it's going to be, I feel like it's the obvious decision to take a wide receiver. You could take a wide receiver in the second round. Maybe those guys like Terrace Marshall from LSU
Yeah.
could be around. Rondale Moore, maybe even as well. But I feel like offensive tackle as well could be pretty deep because later on in the second round, you could get a guy like Alex Leatherwood or Wyatt Davis, who plays guard.
Yeah.
Walker Little as well could be around in the second round. A lot of options.
Yeah. Lions in a very fortunate situation here with probably their top 3 guys they had on their draft board
Yeah.
available.
Yeah, absolutely. We're at the number 7 pick. You guys are joining us for the Time to Football live reaction show. We appreciate you guys joining us on this Thursday night. Again, comment with your predictions and your favorite teams as well. We would like to know where everybody is from. We've got one guy here. I'm not going to pronounce his name because we don't know how to pronounce it. He said he's from Cincinnati. King Panther obviously is a big Panthers fan. I myself am happy with the selection that the Falcons took with Kyle Pitts. Mikey right here is a Green Bay Packers fan, which is going to be very interesting once the time
Get a knife
comes.
ready.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal in the reports that's happening over there. But we've got Roger Goodell now showing up for this pick. What's going to happen?
Wow.
Okay. All right. All right.
Man, I kind of thought since they put that pick in so fast, part of me wanted to say they did that because they didn't expect Sewell to fall this far. And that was obviously the number one guy they had on their draft board. And I don't think they expected him to fall this far to them. So, I mean, they get their cornerstone left tackle that every quarterback dreams of having.
Yeah, Penei Sewell from Oregon is going to be the next Detroit Lion. He's going to be off the board, the first offensive tackle. He's going to be protecting Jared Goff, the newly acquired quarterback from trade from the LA Rams. And this is actually a very good decision. We were talking about wide receiver, offensive tackle being one of those needs as well. And you get Penei Sewell now, and then in the second round, you could go in advance to get a wide receiver later on. So that seems to be the trend that the Lions are advancing towards. And I like it. I like it a lot.
I love it. And this guy's family, you're going to hear this last name a lot. His little brother also plays at Oregon. He's a linebacker. Weighs like 280 pounds, runs like a 4.5. Just an absolute freak of nature that we haven't seen at linebacker. And, we see, Penei here just, pancaking people all over the place. So you not only have arguably the best pass blocker, but you have an elite run blocker as well. So he can do it all. And, the Lions are in a situation where I think they'll probably be in the top 10 next few years. Maybe, I mean, Goff is there. Maybe they can turn things around, but you have your cornerstone left tackle.
You obviously do, as the Carolina Panthers are now officially on the clock.
Poor King Panthers probably bummed right now that Sewell just went.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man, but Rashawn Slater is still on the board, and I would not be upset if the Panthers were to take him. I just got a notification as the Lions have selected an offensive player at number 7, making the 2021 draft the first in league history to ever begin with 7 straight offensive selections.
Wow. If that doesn't just tell you how the NFL is transitioning, and even college football. I mean, you look at Alabama. I mean, when they were winning championship, I mean, they still are. But when they were first winning their first few under Saban, it was because they had, a stellar defense.
Yeah.
And now it's like complete opposite. They have an offense that's unstoppable, and the NFL sees that. They're taking notice. They're like, how can we score the most points? So 7 offensive players. It's interesting.
Crazy that there are 7 offensive players already taken so far in the top 7. But
yeah, I think it ends the streak right here.
You think so?
Yeah.
Who are they taking?
J.C. Horn.
Ooh, I like it.
Yeah, then why not stay in Carolina?
I like it a lot. There's a minute left on the clock, and I'm thinking in that minute, do the Patriots make that transition? There's been rumors out there that they could potentially trade up with the Carolina Panthers. I don't know. I'm guessing. I'm assuming. You know what happens when you assume. But
what are you thinking the Patriots would do? Draft quarterback, Mac Jones?
They would take Justin Fields.
Fields? Wow.
If they were to trade up, they would. But I think also at the same time, the Panthers are. The pick is in right now, so it's not going to happen. But the Panthers don't seem like that they're going to be taking a quarterback. We don't assume unless. I mean, David Tepper is very aggressive, but I don't think they're going to really bring in too much competition for Sam Darnold. I think Sam Darnold's on a prove-it deal for the next 2 years. But
you think they could possibly go Devontae Smith?
Perhaps. They lost Curtis Samuel in free agency to Washington. DJ Moore, they just picked up his 5th-year option, so he's going to be around. And you got Robbie Anderson. So.
What's Panther King saying?
Yeah, King Panther, where you at? Matt Mahoney, our insider from last year,
Let's go.
Said that he's a big Falcons fan here. Oh, man, tuning in, letting us know where he's standing, where his loyalty is standing at. Kyle Pitts, he's a big Florida fan too. That just so happens to be the case for Matt Mahoney.
Match made in heaven.
So, Matt, what if they were to take Kyle Trask in the 2nd round or the 3rd round? What could happen? Possibilities are endless.
I would not like that. No, I'm just saying right now, I would not like that at all. But yeah, I think that the Panthers could take J.C. Horn, could take Rashawn Slater, and I'm still looking at where Justin Fields is going to land. And if you're the Patriots, if you're Bill Belichick, if you're what was his name, Nike, the dog that drafted last year, if you're Nike, what do you do? Do you trade up? When do you pull the trigger for Justin Fields? But like honestly though, if you're the Denver Broncos and you're sitting at number 9, you are salivating. What's the word?
Salivating.
You're thirsty. There's a lot of stuff coming out of your mouth because you are drooling at the fact that Justin Fields could be available at number 9.
They'll probably go Mac Jones.
You think so?
It seems like a Broncos kind of pick. Is Elway still running things up there?
Yes, he is.
Oh yeah, Mac Jones for sure.
That would be such a disappointment.
Unless he thinks Drew Lock is their guy. I mean, we'll get to it, but
Maybe.
what are your final thoughts on Panthers? Who do you think they're picking?
Before he goes up on the stage and announces it, I'm going to go ahead and say Rashawn Slater. That's who I would pick.
Oh,
Rashawn Slater.
let's see a corner.
Here we go. What's going to happen? Oh my gosh. You, my friend, are a fortune teller.
I don't know why Hassan's surprised. If you would have watched last year's mock draft, this is nothing new here for me.
And you guessed last year, what was it, Andrew Thomas?
I like the first 12.
Yeah, exactly. J.C. Horn will now be staying in Carolina, like you mentioned, and now he'll be transitioning over to North Carolina from South Carolina, going up to Charlotte, and he's going to be a Carolina Panther. My goodness, what do we feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, you got the best corner in the draft, in my opinion, and he's a lockdown guy. You can put him out on an island. You see him here against Alabama, against those top guys. Showing him what he got in his bag. So
Yeah.
I'm excited. I love it.
The first corner that is taken is J.C. Horn from South Carolina. So that leaves Patrick Surtain, who people predict to be the best corner in this draft, still available at this point. J.C. Horn has really been moving up draft boards as of late. It's between him, Caleb Farley, and Patrick Surtain as far as the top 3 cornerbacks in this draft class is. And number 8, the top 10 pick, J.C. Horn, Carolina Panthers. It's happening.
Yeah.
I also saw that someone said something about the Patriots would have also loved to have J.C. Horn. And just because Stephon Gilmore has played at South Carolina, J.C. Horn as well, not happening. But they were in trade talks with the Carolina Panthers to move on up. But as you see, J.C. Horn and his family is very excited.
Yeah, you think they're excited that he's staying close? Staying in the... Well, he's from Atlanta originally, but, I mean, I'm sure his family wouldn't mind that drive on the weekend. And he's probably praying that Julio gets traded or cut. He'll give him a nice welcome to the NFL.
Yeah. Lil Dubois said, damn it, wanted my Eagles to pick him up.
I think the Eagles have bigger problems.
Oh, gosh, man. You better hope that Devontae Smith falls to you because that would be crazy. But right now we've got the Denver Broncos, who we talked about, are going to be on the clock right now. So let's go ahead and change those lights to blue and orange because, like you said, a big John Elway kind of pick would be Mac Jones.
I think there's a couple guys the Broncos are looking at here. I mean, obviously, Mac Jones, Justin Fields, but then, you have Surtain, and then you have Micah Parsons. They need a linebacker. They need a guy in the middle. They need a glue guy. So, that could be Micah. There's apparently some character questions out there.
Yeah, Griffin joined us in the chat as well, by the way. A Time2Football favorite. You said Time2Football over ESPN. I agree because of Michael Watson. Accept his feedback. ESPN's got their stuff together with the feedback. We don't. But The Denver Broncos are on the clock. Griffin, we're gonna FaceTime you eventually tonight. We're gonna do it. So you better watch out. It's gonna happen. Better be ready. But Devontae Smith still available on the board. Justin Fields available, and they invested last year in a lot of weapons for Drew Lock to make that happen. Jerry Jeudy, KJ Hamler, drafted a couple of tight ends as well, but they don't go wide receiver down here. You see that their team needs are quarterback, linebacker, offensive tackle, cornerback.
Corner.
So Patrick Surtain.
Yeah, if they don't go quarterback, personally, if I'm the Broncos, I mean, obviously I take Fields, but if I'm gonna go outside of quarterback, I'm taking Micah Parsons. He's arguably the best defensive player in this draft class. I feel like they haven't had a good inside linebacker, and not only can Micah play inside, he can play outside. He can get after the quarterback. He can guard tight end, running backs, whatever you need him to do. He's kind of all do it all, wherever they need him. So that's what I would do.
But was it you that was saying that he's falling because of character issues?
That's what I've seen. Obviously, I don't have a direct connection with Micah, but
You don't?
well,
Then why are we trusting you?
we'll see. If they go Micah, then
We should trust you. You've been calling picks left and right. So you called an Alabama receiver going to the Dolphins. You called J.C. Horn. And this guy right here called Andrew Thomas last year. I will never let that go.
I think there's another crazy one.
There has to be another crazy one. If you look at the correct tab.
We need to. Oh,
I don't know. Was there one? There was Hey, I called Justin Jefferson to the Vikings. I was happy about that one.
I don't think this is right.
You called Derek Brown to the Panthers last
Yeah.
year. Swanee, Georgia, Petrie Ridge. But
Broncos thinking hard about this one.
Griffin actually commented and said, calling Justin Fields to the Minnesota Vikings. Oh my goodness. How would that pan out for them?
I think that'd just be a good fit for them.
Yeah.
As much as I'd hate it as a Packers fan.
Why are they showing Mac Jones?
So there's Justin.
Yeah, they're showing Mac Jones and Justin Fields as well. But actually, King Panther chimed in now for his Panthers pick, and he said another year of a questionable pick. So you didn't like Derek Brown, I'm guessing, from last year, and you don't like this pick with J.C. Horn?
I don't know if the picks are questionable. I think it's the moves they've made overall.
Okay.
Like trading Teddy Bridgewater and
yeah.
getting Sam Darnold.
Questionable. They are pretty aggressive, Matt Rule and that whole team. They spent a lot of draft capital last year on that defense, getting Yatur Gross-Matos in the second round as well. Griffin actually said, Mike, are you buying the Rodgers to Denver rumor? Wait, what? What did we miss? What did we miss? We haven't been on Twitter this whole time.
No, Griff. I don't know if you missed it earlier, but I think Aaron stays put in Green Bay at least for another year. If he gets traded, it'll be after next year. I think he's just trying to light a fire in the management's butt. Get me some help. Give me another receiver. Alan Lazard's a great blocker, but is he going to create separation? Who's my number 2 guy? MVS, who drops every other pass. Obviously I have Devontae Adams, but give me some help. I mean, he's been screaming it for the last 3 years. And what do? They draft a quarterback. They draft a third-string running back.
Yeah, dude. If
He has a right to be upset.
this could all be smoke just to make the Packers be like, come on, let's get it, let's
Yeah.
move on.
I wouldn't hate them trading him next year.
Yeah, really.
I think you still get some assets there, some valuable ones. The question is, though, I don't know if there's a surefire quarterback in the next couple of years. We all knew Trevor Lawrence was going to be the number 1 overall pick for the last 3 years. There's not a guy right now where we can say that.
Yeah,
So,
I don't know. As in our mock draft, before we get into it, as Roger Goodell is coming up to announce the Denver Broncos pick, I had Mac Jones go to the Broncos at number 9. But let's see what Roger Goodell is going to say for the Denver Broncos. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. All right, I can get behind it.
Wow.
I can. What do you think?
Oh, I love it just because it pisses the Cowboy fans off. That's the best pick of the
my
day so far.
gosh.
Cowboy fans, oh, they're raging right now, and I love it. Anything to piss them off, I'm happy for. But happy for the Broncos, man. You get a quarter. A couple years ago, it felt like they had every great defensive back in the game, and now they have no one.
Yeah.
They lose
Chris Harris.
Yeah, Chris Harris. So they obviously need someone to step up, and you got a guy, first rounder. I was gonna say Champ Bailey, but I mean that's pretty high praise there. It's a big comparison, but you have a lockdown corner now, and he has
Absolutely.
all the physical tools.
Some people believe that he was the best corner in this draft class. And now the guy from Alabama was finally get taken after his dad, who played for the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah. Yeah, we saw him crying there. It was probably because he thought he was going to win number 10 there.
It's okay. It's okay. I don't know the specifics of like the money that you get, but you do get more money if you are a higher pick. I think in the top 10, between the difference between 9 and 10 and your position, it doesn't really make that much of a difference. But Patrick Surtain to the Denver Broncos. I like it. I like it a lot.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of has that like new corner physique, bigger, stronger, but he also has that speed. He can be on an island by himself. He's very technical. So, I mean, you arguably have the best corner of the draft, in my opinion. J.C. Horn was, but not a huge difference between those two guys there.
Absolutely. So you saw a look at Denver's draft room, and now they are off the clock, which brings in the Dallas Cowboys now being on the clock. Oh,
Real
my
quick with the
gosh.
Broncos. So it looks like they are putting their faith in Drew Lock for another year, maybe, depending on how he plays.
Perhaps.
It always seems like injury catches up with Drew Lock. So maybe a full season healthy, he can prove his worth. So, I mean, he's got the offensive weapons. I mean, maybe not. Well, if Melvin Gordon is still there, I don't know if his contract's up. I think he's there for a couple of years.
Yeah, he's going to be there for a minute.
But you got Judy. They had that other receiver they drafted last year.
KJ Hamler, yeah.
Yeah, Hamler. So, it'd be fun that they can improve that defense and, maybe play for a wild card spot.
Yeah. It remains to be seen what's going to be happening with the Denver Broncos at this point. But now we've got the Dallas Cowboys. As you take a look at the Mac Jones with the whole Aaron Rodgers look waiting in the draft in the war room, waiting for his name to be called at this point. Why are you showing him? Show Justin Fields' house. Show Justin Fields. But the Dallas Cowboys, their team needs cornerback, interior defensive lineman, offensive tackle, edge rusher. In my mock draft, I had them taking Kwity Paye. What do you think?
I don't think he goes that high. Obviously, I thought Surtain was going to fall to them, as I think most people did. But, we still have Caleb Farley on the board. They definitely need a corner. So I think they'll go Farley. But they need some tackle help. Maybe we see Slater go here. But I would say it's between those two guys. Maybe Asante Samuel jumps up the board. But I don't know. I think Farley's probably the top guy there. Oh, they traded their pick to the Eagles.
Oh my gosh. The Eagles, you know what's happening. You already know what's happening.
Yep.
As we go ahead and say that the Eagles are officially on the clock. Should I say it? Should you say it?
I think Chat should say it.
Chat, what do you think is going to happen with the Philadelphia Eagles? Because we know what's going to be happening. with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, another offensive player off the board here.
And the last great wide receiver in that tier.
Yeah, yeah, they get a Heisman potentially if this is what they do. But Devontae Smith, I mean, they couldn't wait any longer. I don't know if who's next on the clock. It would have been the Giants. The Giants could have taken Devontae Smith.
Yeah.
Especially, he was at a Knicks game, or was it maybe it was a Nets game? Either one in New York.
Something like that.
So Philly had to move up. They made a big move, and you look at Philly last year. I couldn't even name the receivers that were playing.
Yeah, you had people like Arcega Whiteside playing. Jalen Rager could work out.
Yeah.
I don't know. You had Greg Ward, the former quarterback. Did not have that bad of a stretch, but
they obviously need to add to that receiving room, and I think they go Devontae here.
Oh, absolutely. Like you're gonna look at ESPN right now showing footage of Devontae Smith waiting in the war room just because it's pretty evident at this point that they're going to be taking Devontae Smith.
Yeah.
And some people will also question, it's okay. It makes sense that they moved up over the New York Giants, but if you move up from number 12 to maybe like number 11, or you were at number 11, you just moved up one spot to number 10, then why would you take him? Or why would you even trade up? Because the Cowboys weren't going to trade or draft Devontae Smith. Well, it's just because of you never know what's going on with all the trade rumors and NFL talk and all the general managers on the phone lines and everything. You don't know what's going to be happening. Someone else could be making that offer to move up to number 10 to get their guy. But with the Eagles, knowing that this is a top 10 pick, knowing that this is a Heisman Trophy winner, knowing that Devontae Smith is a freak of an athlete, that there are no – the next level of wide receivers is tier 2. This is the last of tier 1. You got to move up.
Yeah. And what's even more interesting, they just changed it. I was going to say it still had the Eagles picking at 12, so I was like, I don't know what they gave up to get to 10 because they kept that 12th pick, but now they just changed it to the Cowboys.
That would have been interesting.
Yeah. Oh, they're showing Micah Parsons, potentially.
Yeah.
It's Devontae.
That's Devontae. It's okay, yeah. What are you doing, ESPN? This is why Griffin said that Time to Football was over ESPN. This is why.
We'd already be done with the draft.
Yeah. We would already move on at this point because it's definitely up to us. But yeah, Devontae Smith, for sure. And you guys keep on chatting with us. You guys are doing a wonderful job hanging in there and chatting with us for this first round of the NFL draft. I love the draft. I love the excitement. I love the surprises of it. And you see officially, let's go ahead and throw that up, that Eagles get the 10th overall pick, the Cowboys the 12th overall, and a 2023 pick. So they started with the 6th overall pick. They traded down to 12 via the Miami Dolphins. Now they traded back up to number 10. So a little bit of moving right there by Howie Roseman. Some people could like it, some people won't. But we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, and Griffin sent us a screenshot of some tweets about Aaron Rodgers to the Broncos, as close to a done deal as it can get. I don't know when that was. I think it would have already have happened if it would have happened.
Yeah.
But, maybe they got something in the works going.
Perhaps.
Drew Lock straight up for Aaron Rodgers.
Dude, that would be like the best trade in the world. Drew Lock. Rodgers. When should we call Griffin?
Is he still on? Is he in chat?
I don't know. Maybe he's tuning in and out. But
I say we call him for the Packers pick. If he's that'll be late. I don't know if he'll still be up. I can text him.
It is 9:30.
Because I hate to blindside him with
yeah,
some random team like the Raiders because they're so unpredictable.
Elijah Vera Tucker to the Raiders, calling it now. As you've got an Eagles fan either wearing a Jeremy Maclin jersey or a Jalen Reagor jersey. I'm going to say it's Jalen Reagor.
I'm saying it's Maclin, Guy's goated.
Matt Mahoney actually, real quick, commented, New England gets Fields. Newton from ATL. Fields learns from his hero. Too good to be true or perfectly executed by Bill Belichick. We'll talk about that in just a sec. Eagles pick right here. What's going to happen?
Surprise, surprise.
As expected, we've got Devontae Smith, the Heisman Trophy winner, being taken by the Philadelphia Eagles after they traded up to make that aggressive move by Howie Roseman and the Eagles front office to get Devontae Smith. Mikey, you like this pick? A lot of people have been criticizing him because of his size and saying that he's a little bit underweight. But people are saying that, hey, listen, this isn't about bodybuilding. This is about being a football player.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on Devontae Smith?
I love it. He's as classy as it gets. Was very well respected. First wide receiver to win the Heisman, since who? What, Charles Woodson when he played both sides of the ball? Like, he's just elite. He's up there with Waddle and Jamar Chase, like we said, on that top tier receiving group. And people concerned about his weight. I mean, I think that's just a bunch of BS because if he can play in the SEC, he can play in the NFL. If he can survive the SEC, which honestly, I don't even know if Devontae missed a game at Alabama. Didn't seem like it. But he's kind of a guy that can do it all. He can run vert. He's top tier route runner. Can run slants, vert. Move them inside, outside. I love it. And obviously, it's much needed for the Eagles because all their receivers were hurt last year or just didn't perform. So,
yeah, and you saw the ESPN footage. If you guys are watching their coverage, you saw that his comparison was Calvin Ridley, which is a pretty good comparison. Another Alabama wide receiver, and Devontae Smith. Like I said, it's route running abilities, his speed, his athleticism. It just speaks for itself. And now he's going to be taken as the last. Like I keep going back to it, but the last of the first tier of wide receivers at this point. Now you got the New York Giants on the clock, who could have taken Devontae Smith. Now they're at a point where they're like, okay, well, Micah Parsons is available. But first, before we get into the New York Giants, I want to go ahead and address Matt Mahoney. Remember, he says New England gets Justin Fields because Newton is from ATL. Fields learns from his hero because if you saw the viral video about Cam Newton giving his praise to high school quarterback Justin Fields, too good to be true or perfectly executed by Bill Belichick. Could happen.
2 trades in a row, by the way. Not. We'll come back to Fields and potentially being with the Patriots, but we got the Bears moving up.
Ooh.
At 11, so let's see.
This is crazy. What? Because you can make that aggressive move if you were just a pick earlier to get Devontae Smith, because I feel like that the Bears are tired of this offense just being so lackluster for so many years.
Well, I think this is about to end the Justin Fields to the New England Patriots. I think Justin Fields is going to the Bears right here.
Oh, you really think so?
Yeah, because I'm looking at their needs. I see, they need a tackle, they need receiver, they need corner help, and they obviously need a quarterback. So offensive tackle, they might take Slater, but I don't see them trading up for Slater. Receiver, I don't know who the next best guy is. Tony, Moore, Bateman. I don't see them trading up for any of those guys. And corner, maybe corner, they go with Farley out of Virginia Tech. But they're either going Mac Jones or Justin Fields, in my opinion.
Oh, my gosh, it could be happening. But Mac Jones is patiently waiting in the war room right now. What could be happening through his head or going on through his head as he is patiently waiting for his name to be called? But I think that Justin Fields going to the Bears would be wild to see. Wait, hold on. Wait, whoa. That's just Justin Fields' house.
Yes.
Okay, they 100% got up to celebrate. 100%.
He got that phone call.
He got that phone call. All his family was just, look at that. Okay, hold on. Let's go back. All right, they're smiling.
Oh, look.
They're
We
smiling.
got to play it cool.
Okay,
We got to play it
all
cool.
right. Yeah, they 100% got that phone call by Ryan Pace. Okay, so he's a Chicago Bear. The pick is in, and we're gonna find out and make it official in just 1 second. But, oof, Fields to the Bears. I did not expect this at all. It's happening.
As a Packers fan, I hate that so much because I love Justin Fields, and for him to go to the one team I absolutely hate is just heartbreaking because I want him to succeed. I want him to be, a Pro Bowler. I want him to prove all these doubters wrong. And now that he's with the Bears, I can no longer root for him.
It's I don't blame you. I'm a big Sam Darnold fan, and I don't want him to succeed in Carolina as a Falcons fan. And same with Tom Brady, honestly. I'm a big Tom Brady fan. But, yeah,
Wow.
that blows my mind. So, Matt Mahoney backtracked on what he said, and he said, never mind, Fields to Bears. Yes.
Yep.
Yes. Absolutely. He said, correct answer, too good to be true, like he said. Yeah.
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 That would have been fun to see, though. Like, I love that
Yeah.
scenario with the Patriots. I mean, him and Cam. I think Fields actually played for Cam Newton's 7-on-7 team, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
they have that closer relationship. Gosh, they're probably still working together, in the off season, whenever they have time.
Blake Despina says, roll tide.
Yikes.
Oof.
Haven't seen any of those players get drafted, have you?
No, not at all. Not one. That school sucks. Yeah. And it makes you wonder, as Roger Goodell is coming up here to make his selection or announce the pick. We'll get back to you in just 1 second, but let's go ahead and tune into Roger Goodell as he talks about COVID-19. I thought it would end when Biden got elected, but it did not. It still exists. But thank you, frontline workers, for all that you've done.
Shout out teachers.
Matt Mahoney says, Blake, go Bears, Mercer Bears. Ah,
Hey.
he knows who Angelo Despina is.
We had Angelo in the chat earlier.
We
Still
did
might
have
be
Angelo.
here.
He might be. All right. Well, they're just giving their. I don't.
Yeah, it's the Bears pick. Let's just get on.
Come on, let's go. Come on, where you at?
Who wants to sit in the chair next?
Yeah. Might as well put Justin Fields in that chair. All right. Well, as they're talking about it, it makes you wonder, like, what did the Patriots even make the offer to maybe the Carolina Panthers to move up to number 8? Were they serious about that? Or was that just rumors?
I feel like Mac Jones is a guy that just fits the Patriot system well.
It could happen.
Doesn't he just seem like a Tom Brady kind of guy?
Yeah, and it could. Here we go.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Justin Fields is now officially a Chicago Bear, and we talked about in the mock draft video the Bears making that aggressive push for Justin Fields, or at least an offensive player. We expected it to be Jalen Waddle, who would fall to maybe like number 14, but it ends up being the quarterback from Ohio State, the next franchise quarterback of Chi-Town. Mikey, your thoughts?
Well, like I said, I'm pretty frustrated with this pick. Just my love for Justin and my hate for the Bears does not line up very well. But man, I hope the kid so much success. He's been proving doubters wrong his whole life, it seems like, even though he was a 5-star quarterback. But I feel like I got a lot of backlash over the last few weeks, and I just can't wait to see him go out there and perform. Like, people talking about his leadership issues. I mean, the guy got hurt. Was it? I think it was in the national champion or
Yeah.
in the playoffs, whenever that was.
To the ribs.
Couldn't could barely even move, could barely even run, and he stuck it out. He threw some bombs, and people are like, oh, he threw interceptions that game. Like the man played with like 3 broken ribs. Like give him a break.
Yeah.
But I love it for the Bears. They tried this move a couple years ago, moving up for Trubisky. That obviously didn't pan out. So adding Justin Fields, that quarterback room, Nick Foles as a veteran there to lead him, guide him, teach him some things about the NFL, how to read some defenses. If anything, I think that's Justin's weakness is reading defenses. He obviously has all the physical tools. Arm strength isn't an issue. Um, so it'll be interesting to see him with the Bears, see if he gets any playing time this next year. Um,
Oh,
I think he might start like maybe mid year, but
yeah.
I don't expect him to start week 1.
I was about to say, there's no way that Justin Fields does not.
Oh, and Andy
get on the field.
Dalton.
And Andy Dalton, yeah.
What a quarterback room.
QB1, Andy Dalton. There's no way, absolutely no way that I see that Justin Fields does not get any sort of playing time. I can see the Bears being in a situation where they have nothing to lose, and they're on the brinks of, or they're eliminated from the playoffs, like 3 weeks left in the season. Matt Nagy needs to save his head coaching job. Ryan Pace wants to save his general manager job, and then Justin Fields, they just throw him into the fire, see what he's got. Might as well take the chance.
Yeah.
But
Wow. I mean, that's probably been my highlight of the draft.
I would say so. That and my Falcons taking Kyle Pitts.
Yeah, so last one of those top quarterbacks is Mac Jones. The only one left on the board there that was projected first round.
Last one, yeah.
Is it due to his athleticism? Like, is that really that big of a question? I mean, if Peyton Manning can play quarterback and Eli Manning,
Different times, yeah. But I don't know. Trey Lance just brings that hidden potential, different dynamic, and you don't know what you're going to get with him, like the unknown dark horse. But the thing with Matt Mahoney saying this, I'm just going to read this off right here. When does the Rookie of the Year talk start? I think it ended when Trevor Lawrence was drafted. I don't know.
That's such a good question because there have been so many offensive players already taken, and we're at what, pick 12?
Yeah.
So I mean, it could be one of these receivers, could be one of these quarterbacks. I think it kind of just depends on who plays, like especially quarterback situation. Trevor's obviously going to play. Zach Wilson probably get the nod there. Justin, I don't see Justin playing right away. And then Trey Lance, I don't know if he'll be playing right away either. So,
I
feel like Jamar Chase just has a perfect situation for him to have a crazy year.
But here's the thing: like, if Pittsburgh later on at number 24, if they draft Najee Harris, Rookie of the Year, man, that could be like Saquon Barkley level, offensive stats we could be talking about.
So we got the Cowboys pick in. They moved back a few spots, and I still think they're going to get a position of need, which is corner. I think we'll be seeing Farley gone right here.
Okay, so Mikey's pick is Farley. I still think that they could go down the route of edge rusher. I think they desperately need it, someone to team up with DeMarcus Lawrence, because last year when all of their defensive players were getting hurt, they didn't have a lot of depth. And so I think Jalen Phillips, maybe Kwity Paye, maybe Gregory Rousseau, one of those guys could be taken by the Dallas Cowboys. But Caleb Farley, if he's taken, would not be upset. Makes a lot of sense.
Like a Jerry Jones pick here would probably be like Rizzo.
Dude, a Jerry Jones pick would be Kyle Trask.
Yeah.
That would be a Jerry Jones, as we have.
Speaking of swag, are we witnessing this?
Yeah, what is
do you still call that a suit?
Is that the Undertaker? That's what's going on here. But Roger Goodell has come to the stage to make his pick. As they partner with the 1000th charity that they're going to be talking about tonight. That's okay. We love charities. Nothing wrong with them. Edge rusher. Well, that's a cool story. Congrats.
Yeah.
Congrats
Now
to
back
her.
to the draft.
Be nice.
Micah Parsons would be a Cowboys pick here,
Oh,
But-
I forgot. Hey, I mean,
especially with Sean Lee retiring.
yeah, and you get him paired up with Leighton Vander Esch and Jalen Smith. Let's see what happens. All right, she's gonna hype it
She's
up. Here.
hype.
Yeah, she's.
She needs to announce the rest of the picks.
Get some life and energy into this place. All right, here we go. Oh, Micah Parsons.
The Cowboys sticking with the Cowboys pick.
Micah Parsons. I love it a lot. Linebacker, Penn State, and his family loves it a lot too. Mikey, your thoughts?
Yeah. I mean, it kind of just hit me there in the last minute there before they picked. I think Mel Kiper has him ranked as the #1 defense player in this draft class.
Yeah, he does.
And rightfully so. He can cover any tight end. He can cover any running back. He can stuff the run. He can get after the quarterback. He's just a 5-tool player as a linebacker. And I don't know. This wasn't their biggest need. They really need some cornerback help. They really need some defensive line help.
Mm-hmm.
I think they were like near the bottom in sacks in the league, if I'm not mistaken. But I mean, this guy, if he can stay out of trouble, apparently there's character issues, even though nobody can name one issue. These guys will go back to like high school to find something.
Yeah.
He didn't turn in his homework. But I love the pick. I mean, he's one of those guys that you're talking about like Hall of Fame, Pro Bowls. Like he'll be at least a Pro Bowl player. So
Yeah, absolutely, and possibly keeping his number 11 jersey that he's going to be wearing just because of the whole NFL number rules
yeah,
allowing them to wear number 11. So Micah
they
Parsons.
didn't retire Cole Beasley's
11.
11.
Cole Beasley, he was close. He was close, but Cole Beasley and that jersey number will still live on to Micah Parsons. So
Wow.
the Cowboys make their selection to team up with Jalen Smith and Leighton Vander Esch, like we mentioned. And now,
Phew, that might be the best linebacking core in
Yeah.
the league.
yeah,
I mean, we saw it with the Buccaneers in
Oh,
the
yeah.
Super Bowl with Devin White and Levante David. Just this lateral speed those guys have and what a difference it makes. I mean, with the 3 linebackers they have, good luck running the ball.
exactly. I mean, the linebacking, you mentioned the Buccaneers and how important that was. Just the fact that Devin White could just do it all and Levante David could just do it all, and that just helped the Buccaneers defense, which, by the way, no discredit to the Buccaneers offense, Tom Brady, that offense. Okay, cool. They were great. They were fabulous. But that defense throughout the postseason was probably the biggest reason why they went on to go win the Super Bowl as well. So linebacker makes a huge difference in this NFL draft. Micah Parsons, first linebacker, taken.
Yeah.
So
I think
Huge on their
Surtain
part.
was probably #1 on their board, and then, he obviously got picked. So
yeah, I want to
that's
say
like
that.
settling for Parsons, though.
I want to say that Mel Kiper actually had Parsons up there. But regardless, we've got the LA Chargers now on the board.
Yeah. Be interesting to see what they do here. Obviously, need help at tackle position, edge, and
Yeah.
then defensive back, whether that's safety or cornerback. Both areas.
A lot of areas.
Yeah. So maybe they go Farley. I think we've been saying Farley lost like 4 or 5 picks. So
Yeah. And I take this with a grain of salt, but a lot of people do care about it within the NFL. Whenever you can't participate in pro day because of an injury, for some reason, that makes you
Yeah.
fall 5 to 10 spots.
yeah,
So he had a back procedure, wasn't able to participate in Virginia Tech's pro day. So that's probably the reason for the fall, if I want to say that he gets past number 13. But if you're a team like the Cardinals at number 16 where you need a corner, you could be looking at Caleb Farley being like, okay, listen, let's go ahead and get this guy. But yeah, they're giving a lot of coverage to Mac Jones apparently. Look, he just threw that over the stadium like Uncle Rico.
Yeah, unless someone's moving up, I don't think he's going right here.
No, I highly doubt he would be drafted by the Chargers. That's okay.
I'm having trouble with who they're going to pick. I mean, I think Farley's on the board, Slater possibly, and I think Leatherwood is the second best tackle.
Where's actually Miguel? Miguel from Puerto Rico is a big Chargers fan. I think he was joining us in the chat earlier. He might have hopped out, but if you are still in the chat, let us know your thoughts because I was talking to him earlier and he said, or I said Patrick Surtain would be awesome. And then he said, okay, maybe an offensive tackle, maybe like Rashawn Slater. Could be an option.
Yeah, I mean, giving Herbert some time to throw the ball. I mean, we saw what he did last year.
Yeah. Could be happening. Could be happening. Yeah, Oh, Miguel's here. He said, I'm here. And he said, Slater. Yes. Yes, with not 3, 4, 5 S's.
Must be legit.
Yeah, you got a source that we don't know. But Slater, yes, to the LA Chargers because they need to keep Justin Herbert upright. And I would say the only flaw on their offense right now would be that offensive line. You could use another wide receiver. You could use another running back to pair with Austin Eckler because Justin Jackson is not that answer. But, I mean, you're not going to take someone at number 13 at the running back position. So
I would love for them to take Azeez Ojulari out of Georgia. I think it'd be a perfect fit.
Yeah, and their needs coincide with that. Offensive tackle, edge, safety, cornerback.
Yeah.
Trayvon Moehrig.
Yeah.
The number 1 rated safety in this draft from TCU. Could be an option. But we appreciate you guys joining us for this whole entire NFL draft live stream, Time to Football reaction show. We do this every year. Hassan Khan here, Michael Watson joining us as well. But we've got the Chargers. The pick is in officially, so they're not going to be trading back. They're going to be settling with whichever person that they take, which I'm going to say it's Kyle Trask, just to make things interesting. But Antonio Martinez commented in the chat, said, Pat's going Mac, ?
If he's there,
Yeah.
I think that's what they probably do. I mean, obviously Cam Newton can't throw the ball. We saw it last year. They ran it every single play, quarterback draw. I mean, you got to throw the ball in today's NFL.
You definitely do. I think you would go down the option of getting Mac Jones, and you don't have to go down the route of trading up at all, and you get to keep your draft picks and your draft capital as well on top of that. So Mac Jones would be the most reasonable answer. As we look at Mel's best available at this point, we've got Rashawn Slater on the top of the board, Elijah Vera Tucker. I think he's going to be going to the Oakland Raiders. Oh, Las Vegas, excuse me. Mac Jones, Elijah Moore, and Jalen Phillips. Ooh, Elijah Moore. Higher than Rashad Bateman, higher than Kadarius Toney, higher than Rondale Moore.
That's interesting. Yeah, I was thinking about Elijah Moore the past couple weeks and just like his potential. I feel like he's like almost like a Jarvis Landry kind of type of guy.
Yeah.
But I think he might have more upside.
Interesting.
He really, like his last year, if you watched him, like he looked unstoppable. I think he had a few games where he was over 200 yards. Seemed like he scored a touchdown every game, so.
Interesting stuff for sure. Just adjusting that camera right there.
Pick is in.
Here we go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Booger McFarlane giving us his glorious take.
I miss Gruden being on this.
Tell you what, I can't do the Gruden impersonation, but yes, Gruden is amazing, and his team is picking in 4 picks, hoping to get an offensive lineman for Derek Carr. If Mac Jones is available by pick 17, where the Raiders pick.
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
I think
All
they
right.
still believe in Derek Carr, possibly. But here we go. Chargers pick.
Just want to throw it out there.
There you go. Was it Miguel?
Yeah, Miguel.
Hey.
Hey. You got your guy in Rashawn Slater. You like it?
Yeah. I mean, that's what they needed. You can't hate a team for picking what they need. So it's not the flashiest pick, but it'll pay off during the year. It'll buy Herbert some more time, take less hits, get the ball to Keenan. Um, so, as a Chargers fan, I'd be satisfied with that. Personally, I thought Alex Leatherwood was second best tackle. Um, but, Slater, Big Ten, offensive tackle, can't go wrong there.
Absolutely not. Miguel is definitely happy. He said, yes, I'm relaxed now. So Miguel likes that pick for sure. And we here at Time2Football love that pick as well. As we see the NFL draft board unfolding ahead of us. And so far in our mock draft, I want to say that the only ones that we've gotten correct are Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson. We did not call Trey Lance. We called Kyle Pitts. We called Jamar Chase. You called Devontae Smith to the Dolphins, I believe, not Jalen Waddle. Okay. Well, now you did. You like before they picked. Yeah. So let's go ahead and say that's correct. Who did the Lions pick?
Did they go DB? I know it doesn't move.
What is that? What is that? The Lions did go DB, didn't they? No. J.C. Horn was the first DB to Carolina.
Yeah, it was Carolina.
Time2Football, help us out. We're not going to look this up. We're waiting for you guys to help us out. Who did the Lions pick at number 7? I will Venmo anyone $1 if you tell us.
Oh, Sewell.
Okay, I owe you $1. So, Penei Sewell to the Lions. But yeah, I mean, there's been a few selections that we've gotten correct. So, listen, there's no better, more accurate coverage of the NFL draft than here.
Yeah.
In Time2Football.
And we'll get our other insider in, Griffin, after the Vikings pick coming up here.
Ooh.
So, he was hoping Justin was going to fall to Minnesota. So it'll be interesting to see what he says about that, and then maybe his projections on what the Patriots will do at 15. Maybe Mac Jones.
Perhaps. It's interesting to see what could be happening with the Minnesota Vikings here at the number 14 pick. I actually, in my mock draft, had the Vikings trading down. And actually, as a matter of fact, breaking news, the Minnesota Vikings trade the pick to the New York Jets. So they moved up to number 23, and they're going to be getting whoever they want.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and see who the Jets are going to be selecting here at this option at number 14.
Wow.
So does that mean that we still call Griffin, or what do we do?
Well, what pick were the Jets?
Oh, Griffin commented Sewell, by the way. But the Jets were number 23.
23.
Yeah. Griffin, I'll give you $1. But, yeah, so the Jets at this point could be going down a different route and getting Azeez Ojulari, who's going to be the projected pick in our mock draft and many mock drafts as well. But the Jets now.
Yeah, so do the Jets, do they go tackle now to protect Zach Wilson? or do you get him some help at receiver? Maybe go Bateman, Elijah Moore.
Well, you got your quarterback. I'm looking at the team needs right now. Quarterback, cornerback is what you need. Edge, wide receiver, tight end, running back. Caleb Farley is still on the board. And you need the
Yeah.
only decent Jets secondary player is Marcus May at safety. And I think if you get a lockdown corner,
Yeah,
that'd be huge.
yeah. No, I like it. I think I'm right there with you with Farley.
Because I don't
I'm gonna say Farley until he gets picked.
I don't think he's going past the Arizona Cardinals. I think if he falls to number
Yeah.
16, it's going to be the Cardinals that take
Yeah,
him.
and that's probably why the Jets moved up here.
Yeah, exactly.
Jump in front of them. Patriots don't want to trade back because Mac Jones probably won't be there if that's who they go with.
The Jets? What if? They get Zach Wilson and Mac Jones. But we got different options here for the Jets for sure. Dude, running back, Javonte Williams. Just kidding, won't happen. You are joining us for the NFL live reaction show here at Time to Football. Hassan Khan here alongside Michael Watson for this Thursday night edition of Time to Football, the live stream. Thank you guys for joining us in the chat this whole entire time. For you guys that have your favorite team being in the bottom 20, like underneath or past number 20, it's a long haul for you guys, but congratulations on your team making the playoffs. So I know Michael is a huge Green Bay Packers fan. They picked number 29, and he doesn't know what's going to be happening at this point with all the rumors of him going to Denver.
Yeah, I can't even talk about it yet. Hopefully they trade out of the first round so I don't have to talk about it.
Hopefully. We'll see. A lot of things could be happening at that point as the Jets make their selection and the pick is in. So we know that at pick number 14 is not going to be Mac Jones. And the Patriots are next at number 15. Mac Jones available. And if you don't take him, I'm like, what is Bill Belichick doing at this point? But then again, he could pass up on Mac Jones because he's like, oh, he's not my guy. Maybe someone like Kellen Mond from Texas A&M at the second round is his guy. He's going to make a trade for him.
You know what would be really interesting? This won't happen, but what if the Jets went Mac Jones? Just to like add to the quarterback competition. It's like, all right, it's either Zach or Mac, you know?
I would have no words. I would end this live stream just like that.
It'd be the wildest draft in a really long time.
It would bring back memories of RG3 and Kirk Cousins in the same draft. But I mean, that was round 1 and round 4, not 2 first-round picks.
Yeah.
That'd be wild. But if you want to do that,
One of them's got to pan out.
Well, yeah, one of them's got to work. Why not? But
Or you could just do what the Browns did, just draft a quarterback for 10 straight years,
could.
if not longer.
Yeah. And I think the Browns are. I don't think they're done drafting quarterbacks. Just kidding. I like Baker. New York Jets on the clock. Pick is in. Then you got the Patriots at 15, Cardinals at 16, and then 17 is going to be the Raiders. Some teams that could be trading up. You've got the Browns, who have a lot of draft capital, could be moving up if they really wanted a guy that eventually falls. Then you've also got the Tennessee Titans got some draft capital as well. Teams that could be moving down. The Minnesota Vikings, we've been talking about this on Time to Football for so long in the mock drafts. We were like, the Vikings desperately need mid-round picks. They don't have a second-round pick because of that Yannick Ngakoue trade with Jacksonville. So they need to trade back. They seem like at this point acquired a second-round pick maybe from the New York Jets. And the Cardinals are also in that spot where they don't have a third-round pick or a fourth-round pick. So they could also be another team that trades back.
Yeah, and if you guys got any like fantasy questions or fantasy input, maybe about any of these players or any teams that are on the board drafting, feel free to shoot us any questions.
Yeah, chime in. I know we got a big fantasy football audience, so let us know because we would like to give our advice. By the way, I give fantastic advice, and I did not trade this man Stephon Diggs for James Conner. I have to reiterate that every freaking time. But here we go with the New York Jets. Who are they picking at number 14? Who we got? Elijah Vera Tucker. Ooh.
Jets fans acting like they're happy.
Yes. Okay. Let's go. Now let's look at the shot of Mac Jones real quick.
Getting the call from Belichick.
Getting the call from Bill Belichick. Oh my gosh, this is perfect. But Elijah Vera Tucker, Mikey, do you have a lot of insight on this pick?
I don't watch a lot of Pac-12 football or whatever you call that over there, but I guess with him, he's versatile. He can play guard or he can play tackle. I'd probably say he's better suited at guard. So for a guard to go this high, for them to trade up to 14, in my opinion, is pretty shocking. Just because guards typically don't get picked first round, it's usually tackles. So maybe they see him possibly playing tackle, but I think, he's a guard at heart. So, hey, they need help on that offensive line, and they felt like this was their guy. So
yeah, it's
especially for them to move up.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, here's the thing. I heard Mike Mayock say this of the Raiders. The reason why they love Elijah Vera Tucker so much is because they said that the more tape that they watch on this guy, the more that they love him. So maybe that's the same thing with the New York Jets. Maybe they just saw a lot of tape on him and they were like, hey, we really like this guy. Let's go ahead and get Elijah Vera Tucker. Let's trade up for him if we need to.
Yeah, and just like seeing these quick clips of him, it looked like he has really good hands.
Oh yeah.
So he's got a good punch, it looks like, and so be interesting to see where they put him, whether it's guard or tackle.
Yeah, he could play both. But now we've got the Patriots on the clock. Let me go ahead and pull up that graphic real quick just to keep it up to date, so you guys that are tuning in throughout the night can stay up to date with that. Export. All right, so now we've got the Patriots. And let me change this to blue, as you're going to see. Mac Jones yet again. ESPN is not letting it go. They got him down there.
Oh, we need to call Griffin.
Right now?
Yeah.
We're doing it?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
So
got it.
He'll be able to talk about both these picks.
Griff, you better pick up. Here we go. Let's see if we can get him. Should we call him now or should we call him after?
Oh, you can call him once Goodell.
Once Goodell makes this obvious decision right here. Well, he's probably going to be congratulating another guy with like COVID and stuff. So.
No, not during the Patriots pick.
Oh yeah.
You know how he is with Kraft. Ooh, was I wrong?
First time you've been wrong all night. Yes, Griff, we will call you in just 1 second. Mac Jones. Get that call.
Yeah. And we can get his opinion on some other picks. Some picks that stood out to him, maybe. Or future picks coming up. I know he's high on the Vikings.
Mm-hmm. We'll get his insight. All right, here we go. Not 7-time, 6-time.
For counting, do we want to count the Packers World Championships? It's like 14?
Yeah, we'll see. But it's Mac Jones from Alabama that's being taken as the quarterback for the New England Patriots. Man, look at that strut, by the way.
Yeah, he already has the dad walk.
He already does. Man, the way his arms move. Wow. Okay, so Mac Jones is now officially a New England Patriots. Mikey, this is going to the draft. I didn't think that Mac Jones would fall to number 15, but it happened.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. It seems like every year the player the Patriots want falls directly to them. Whether they're picking 32, 15, wherever they're at, it just seems like the player that they want always falls to them. And if they don't fall to them, they trade up and get who they want. So Mac Jones sitting behind Cam Newton, or maybe Cam sits behind Mac. You know, Mac's got an arm. He's super accurate. Won't have the weapons that he's had in the past there. You know, with Devontae, Waddle, all those guys.
He'll be missing a few weapons, that's for sure.
And won't have Edelman, so
yeah, won't have any of those guys. But as you guys are watching the highlights for the next New England Patriot and Mac Jones, we're going to go ahead and get someone who's been on the Time Football podcast in the past before Griffin Gamble on here. So let's go ahead and shoot him a little call. Let's see if he were to pick up. What do we got here? As we are waiting for him to make that. Oh my gosh, are we connected? Griffin. Oh my, Griffin, what's up?
What is going on?
Hey, thank you for joining us for this Time to Football live reaction show. We really appreciate it. We want to know your thoughts on everything that's been happening so far.
Yeah, well, I'm just now seeing the Mac Jones pick, which I think we all expected at this point. Pretty interesting. I think we always talk about the quarterbacks in the draft. They get way too much attention. I like this pick a lot for New England. I like it a lot more than the second quarterback that was taken in the draft. I think that if both are given an opportunity, I think Mac Jones outplays Zach Wilson in year one.
Wow. Amazing. Mikey, any thoughts?
I mean, I think if it does happen, like, do you think it's because of Belichick's system, the way he can develop players, or do you just think it's purely talent-based?
Yeah, a couple things. I think the Jets, made a mistake in trading Sam Darnold. I don't really see the upside that Zach Wilson provides over Darnold. I mean, I think they're pretty comparable players. I know. Zach Wilson's a little more mobile, doesn't quite have the build that Sam Darnold has, but I just think the Jets are trading one mediocre situation for another. I know they get some draft compensation in that trade, but the reason I love the Mac Jones pick here a lot more than the Jets pick is because he's going into a system that works. Yeah. I feel for Zach Wilson if he's thrown into the fire. So I think it's a combination of system and then, a lack of supporting cast. But, to be fair, I don't think either teams have a fantastic offensive supporting cast right now. Mm-hmm. But it's definitely going to be interesting what happens with those guys. I think the draft picks are overrated at some level. I think next year we'll all agree that second overall pick had way more value pre-pick than after the fact now that it's Zach Wilson.
Absolutely, yeah. So it's interesting to see what's going to be happening between those two guys. Blake Griffin has given us his hot take on Mac Jones and Zach Wilson as well. So speaking on top of that, it's been all offense that's been happening so far in this draft. Do you feel like at any point, when's the switch going to be happening? I know that recently a lot of cornerbacks and defensive ends has a single defensive end been taken? No, not a single defensive end. Which teams could you see that are going to be coming up that could be going more so towards defense?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think, typically we've seen that switch in the last couple of years. The bottom half of the league is trying to garner that offensive firepower quickly because they just can't keep up. And here we go. We've got a pick rolling in right here with the Cardinals.
Oh, here we go.
You guys seeing that?
Yeah. What's going on here?
Yeah, looks like they took Zaven Collins.
Ooh, Zaven Collins. Interesting. The second linebacker taken.
Yep, second linebacker, fourth defensive player overall taken. And it's funny, this guy wasn't even projected first round.
Yeah.
People didn't even know who he was, and he just flew up the boards like no one else. Um,
That's
and,
crazy.
and he's kind of like a Micah. He's like a big Micah Parsons. He can move laterally. He can get after the quarterback. Um, the one thing about him, though, I feel like he's too big to cover the running back coming out of the backfield.
Yeah, yeah. And I think you, as a Packers fan individually, you were raving about Zaven Collins.
Oh yeah,
But you were talking about him going to number 29, but
Yeah.
him at number 16. I mean, I think I'm with you that I would have personally gone with a corner here. But, I mean, I don't think he's a bad pick.
yeah. Especially with Farley there. I mean, we're gonna mention him every single team that passes.
Mikey's
Yeah.
on Caleb Farley. Yeah, Griffin, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I thought I'm actually a little surprised with this pick here for Arizona. I thought that Farley would have been the best option. Of course, they pick up Malcolm Butler in the offseason. They sign a veteran, AJ Green. I think all the major outlets are having their needs still at wide receiver and cornerback. So I thought that Farley would have been a better pick here for them. Clearly, they are seem like they're going for it this year with some veteran additions, but I guess they have a lot of faith in Malcolm Butler and those guys in the locker room currently at that position, and so they pass on Farley, but we'll see where he lands. But back to your last question, I think this is where we'll start to see that turn of defensive players starting to get taken. I'm actually more excited for picks 19 through 24 than I have been. Maybe picks, give it 3 through 8. I think these teams are going to be interesting to watch this year. Really interesting situations in Vegas. Really interesting to watch Tua in his upcoming year. Washington, the Giants with Daniel Jones looking to make a statement season. So it'll be interesting to see how these teams balance that offense versus defensive selection based on what they need.
So you think that here the Raiders are going to go with more defense than offense? Because we always talk about that offensive line for the Raiders, but you don't feel like that they're going to go down that direction?
Yeah, I mean, I think your guess is as good as mine here for Vegas. They need a lot of help. So I don't know. I think they could. I think they'll take the best available player here on their board, and so I don't know. Michael, what do you think about Vegas here?
Yeah, it's so. I feel like the Raiders are probably the hardest team to predict what
Yeah.
they're gonna do. Just because it's like, oh, I'm excited about this player. Like, I don't care if he's projected 20 picks lower or the round after. Like, they have no shame in picking someone that's not rated high on boards. Um, with the Raiders, I'm thinking, God, I hate saying Farley again because I've been saying it every freaking pick. But I mean, you look at their needs: the interior defensive line, offensive tackle. We've seen it seems like the top tier offensive tackles go. There's not any special defensive linemen in this draft, especially on the interior. There's
Yeah.
Barmore from Bama, and then linebacker, and then you have Micah go, you have Zaven go. Like who's the best next available linebacker? It's just a mystery. So, like Griffin
Yeah.
said, best available player, which like we've been talking about, should be Farley. So, um, yeah.
And that linebacker talk is actually very interesting as well. I know that Nick Bolton has been surprising a lot of people and has been a guy that could be a surprise first rounder in a lot of drafts as well.
It's funny, like talking about linebackers. Dylan Moses is a guy that just like keeps coming into my head, and if we're talking last year, Dylan Moses is a surefire #1 pick.
Yeah,
And now he's not even projected to be in the first round, but
it's crazy.
he's coming off an injury, which led to his off year last year. But Dylan Moses healthy. I mean, for me, he's better than Jamin Davis, Nick Bolton. My opinion, maybe even Zaven Collins. It might be a stretch, but I mean, he's so young and he just has the potential to be an elite linebacker. So, if they go out on an edge like they typically do, maybe that's a name. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey Hassan.
What's up?
So I'm seeing here. I think NFL.com still has Jeremiah Owusu
Koromoa.
Koromoa. I think as the next best available player. Thoughts on him and how long he can last here?
Yeah, so in my mock draft, I actually had him going to the Patriots at number 15. That was only because Mac Jones at that point was already taken. I think he's the second best after Micah Parsons.
Mm-hmm.
You look at teams that need linebacker help. Yeah, later on in the draft, you could get some more depth at the linebacker position. But then again, some teams could pull what the Dallas Cowboys did, where they don't really need depth at that position. You just get him because he's the best available player. So, uh,
Sure.
Jeremiah Owusu Koromoa, I would say would be the second best linebacker in this draft.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they took Clean Farrell at what, 4 a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Maybe they try to make up that pick with Jalen Phillips, a guy that he's pretty versatile on the end. But it looks like the pick is in.
Yeah, they're about to pick right here.
Let's see what they do.
Who we got?
Okay.
So I think our
I'm
live
seeing
fans-
Alex Leatherwood, offensive tackle from Alabama.
Yeah, we're a little bit behind. So Leatherwood,
Yeah.
which I mean, I didn't expect him to go offensive line, but you know how I feel about Leatherwood. I thought he was the second best offensive lineman in this class. So, the Raiders finally not going with the flashy pick and just going with the safe pick with Leatherwood. I like it. I think that's what they needed to do.
Yeah, Alex Leatherwood is now officially going to be a Las Vegas Raider protecting that line for Derek Carr for so long. They needed to, as you see him dancing right now, needed to protect that offensive line. It's like, okay, is it the quarterback? Is it the offensive line? What's really going on there? But you get a guy that's an offensive tackle, that's a left tackle, could protect the blind side of Derek Carr, but also add some more element to Josh Jacobs in that run game as well. I really like the pick of Alex Leatherwood. Griffin, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think it's a good pick. I think we talked about some potential needs for Vegas. There are quite a few. Yeah, I mean, I like the pick, offensive tackle. Going to help them out this year. Continue to protect what they've got going on, and I don't know. We'll see what kind of moves they make later on in the draft. We'll see if they continue to prioritize Derek Carr and give him any more help on the offensive end. So I like what they've done on the offensive end the last couple of years. I think they're going to continue to build around Darren Waller, and so we'll see if they can find a diamond in the rough later on.
Absolutely, as the Miami Dolphins are now on the clock yet again. Brian Flores
So
doing a
before I jump off, guys, we've got to get a little bit of chat going on about Aaron Rodgers here. I know Michael is hurting. I know we've been sharing some texts back and forth. I've been sending some fake trade rumors. Apparently, those are still up in the air. But I think it's just fascinating. Do you think we get any breaking news in the next 48 hours around Aaron Rodgers?
I think more stuff might come out, but I don't think a trade's going to be happening. I think he's going to stay put. I think he'll have another year in Green Bay after next season. Chances go down. I mean, you have Jordan Love there. You picked him for a reason. He moved up for a reason. So,
Yeah.
Unless he's just stinking it up in practice, maybe they commit to Aaron long term, restructure that contract, and get him some help. But yeah, I think he stays put. And like I said, I think it's just smoke for them to draft a receiver. And I'm really hoping Bateman falls to Green Bay because I think he'd be perfect on the opposite side of Devontae.
Yeah, you wonder how long that charade can keep happening between Aaron and the management of the Packers. It seems like every year he's frustrated with their draft performance, and here they are yet again hoping that he will come around. I'm curious, if it were to be Denver, if it were to be the 49ers, what type of compensation are we looking at for an Aaron Rodgers? After the rumors around what type of package the Bears were willing to give up for a Russell Wilson. I know different phases of their career, but what do you think a potential package would look like at this point for Aaron Rodgers?
Age has definitely got a factor with it. I think at this point, the person, if you asked me this question maybe 3 years ago, I would have said, okay, well, like at most maybe like a second round pick, you know. But the way things have been going, you talked about Russell Wilson and the trade value for him as the Miami Dolphins are about to make their pick. I two first rounders. It's not 3 first rounders just because he's a little older than Russell Wilson, but I would say 2 first rounders minimum.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you're a team that has, if you're contending for a Super Bowl and all you're missing is like that quarterback, like you have all the other pieces, give up 2 first round picks, give up 3. I don't care. Like if I'm an opposing team and I got an elite defense, I got some weapons for Aaron. You know, I mean, he's proven without offensive weapons he's going to perform. So, um, and the Dolphins pick just came in and looks like they picked Jalen Phillips. So first defensive end off the board here. And before you go, Griff, I just wanted your opinion. Like, are you looking forward to any future picks, or were you really overly excited about a pick that's already happened? I know you mentioned the Vikings, maybe Steelers or Packers or any other team.
Yeah. I was really excited about the Justin Fields pick to Chicago. I think it's an absolute steal for them. They have to be excited after years of suffering at the quarterback position. So was really excited about Justin just coming into the draft. I thought that the team that was going to be able to get him, anywhere after pick 6 was going to find incredible value there, compared to what the Jets did, like we talked about, taking Zach Wilson. So I love that pick. I was excited to see the Vikings pick at 14 because I thought he would still be there. And I think without that trade happening, I think the Vikings take Justin Fields there in preparation for a Kirk Cousins' eventual departure. So I love that pick. I love what the Cowboys have done at number 12 with Micah Parsons. I really love what the Falcons did as well. They got the best skill position player in the draft. I don't know what it's going to mean for their season next year. I think they've got a ton of work to do on the defensive end, but it gives Matt Ryan another weapon. We'll see if they hold on to Julio Jones throughout the offseason and roll out that incredible 1-2-3 punch with Ridley and Pitts next year. So love those picks. I'm excited to see where Etienne falls. I've got my eyes on a couple additional offensive players in my continual fantasy preparation, going for my third Time2Football fantasy championship this upcoming season. So keeping my eye on those guys. But I think the end of this first round is going to be interesting for sure. So thanks for having me on, guys.
Yeah, for sure. From the Time2Football fantasy champion himself, Griffin Gamble. We'd love to have you come on the set, hopefully one day in person, that we'll just get a podcast going with you. Griffin, appreciate you tuning in.
Thank you, gentlemen. See you guys.
And that is Griffin Gamble, ladies and gentlemen, that joined us for this draft. Now we got Washington on the clock as well. And this was interesting because in my mock draft, I actually had them taking Trey Lance. Who do you think they're going to take at number 19?
I think they're taking the linebacker from Notre Dame. I cannot pronounce it like you, but I think that's what they do. I mean, they got Curtis Samuel. They don't need another receiver with McLaurin there. It's either that or offensive lineman. We see tackles go every year, so we could have another situation where we have another tackle off the board. Maybe they move down, but I think they're going to go linebacker here. They have a wonderful defensive line, so just having that other layer behind that, the defense could really, really be elite.
Yeah, absolutely. So to get the perfect pronunciation, Owusu Koromoa. Just want to make sure I am pronouncing that correctly. Jeremiah Owusu Koromoa. Washington, officially. On the clock. The pick is in, actually, as a matter of fact. Now, you remember that the... Okay, hold on. Am I reading this correctly? Yes, the Giants traded back with the Chicago Bears. That's right. Okay. I was like, the Giants were at number 11, and now they're at number 20 projected right after Washington. So, let's see what happens with Washington's pick right here. But different options, many opportunities for the Washington football team to improve their already stud defense that surprised everyone, which if I want to give any sort of praise to myself, I want to say preseason last year, I called Washington's defense to be pretty good in fantasy football. So they're going to improve this defense at this point, it seems like, if they were to take a linebacker. But
Dylan Moses, I mean, he would fit in with all the rest of the Alabama players.
yeah,
I think they already have like 5 Alabama defensive line players there, so why not just add a linebacker from Alabama?
yeah, you could. But like you said, Dylan Moses last year would have been a first-round pick. This year, I don't even know if he's going to be.
I don't even know if he'll go second round.
Not even, yeah, I was going to say day 2 for sure, but I don't know about second round. As we've got the draft rolling on with the number 19 pick. Glad you guys are joining us and hanging in there with us. Again, we want to go ahead and tune in. We've been ignoring you guys in the chat because Griffin was on the line. We wanted to ask for his opinions first, but we actually got a comment from Sidney McDavid who said, who will Mac Jones throw to? Do the Patriots draft a wide receiver in the second round?
Well, it depends if Tebow makes the Jaguars roster.
That's right. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think that's the question.
Mm-hmm.
I think it really could just be like a learning year for Mac Jones. Just sit behind Cam. I mean, they're paying him like 15 mil, I think, this year.
Yeah.
So I think he just sits and learns, and then I think they maybe, go after some free agent wide receivers, or they attack that next year in the draft.
As you see, Jamin Davis getting drafted by Washington, and you called it that they needed a linebacker help, but we thought it was going to be, which we believed was going to be the next best available linebacker was Owusu-Koramoah, but it's actually Davis.
Yeah. I mean, someone's going to get a steal in Owusu. But Davis, I mean, talk about another guy that shot up the draft board. A lot of these linebackers did. Just another SEC linebacker going first round. Kentucky, it seems like they have a first round guy every single year, but perfect fit for Washington. I mean, this was a need, like we stated. So that defense, if you're looking for a defense to draft, Washington's your team.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Davis, linebacker, Kentucky, we see his highlights right now, and he's actually an athletic freak and a ball hawk at that point, seems like, too. So Davis now to Washington with that Ron Rivera and Jack Del Rio defense. That's just a good combination. They're going to do some magic down there in Washington.
He kind of reminds me of a Fred Warner kind of guy.
Okay, yeah.
Just with his athleticism.
I was about to say. Warner, one of the more underrated linebackers in the NFL. Now you've got the New York Giants on the clock right here. Devontae Smith, gone. Micah Parsons, gone. Those seem like the top 2 targets in a lot of mock drafts. What happens?
I'll give you a few options. Elijah Moore.
Okay.
Rashad Bateman.
Okay.
Owusu.
Okay.
Koramoah. Is that right?
Koramoah, yeah.
Koramoah.
We're getting there.
And Aziz. I think it'll be one of those guys.
All right. Well, let's see what happens with Washington.
What position do you think they're targeting?
At this point, there's no either linebacker or edge. I'm going to say it's going to be.
So you think they're out of the wide receiver talk just because Devontae's gone? You think that was the one guy they wanted?
I think no, because even in the beginning, I don't think Devontae Smith was a guy you needed. It would have been nice to have him. Yeah, it would have been awesome, but you don't need him. You signed Ken Galladay. You've got Sterling Shepard. You've got Darius Slayton. You've got you've got these weapons. Evan Ingram. They signed Kyle Rudolph to be a good backup tight end as well. So I don't think you need a wide receiver, and especially if you traded back to acquire more picks, I think with your first pick, what you want to do is address the situation that you need the most. So, for instance, like an edge rusher for your defense or a cornerback would be helpful as well. Any of those positions to help your defense would be nice. And then later on, with the additional picks that you got, then you can address the wide receiver, get
Yeah.
more depth for those positions that you don't really need a big need for, but would be nice to have.
Yeah. Are there, since we're getting to like the last third here of the draft, are there any guys that maybe haven't been projected first round or, are sneaky picks that could sneak into the first round? Do you have anyone in mind?
Sorry, I'm drinking my vanilla Coke. But here's a name that I've heard around in the NFL community as far as GMs go. Not a lot of people are talking about, but people were saying, I would not be surprised if this guy moves up into the first round. And that is Javonte Williams from North Carolina.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, though. No other running backs have been taken because some people have 95% of the people have Najee Harris ranked as the number one back. And then the other 5% have maybe Travis Etienne ranked higher than him. It just depends on what you're looking for. If you're looking for a receiving back, then that's Etienne. But no one's really talking about Javonte Williams. And none of those other running backs, those top two, Etienne and Harris, have been taken yet. So it's getting to that point where Pittsburgh's coming up in 4 spots. When do you go after that running back position?
Yeah. I feel like there's always a DB that sneaks in that like is maybe like a second, early third projected player that always seems to sneak his way into like the 20, 25 range. I don't know who that player might be. Just because like projections with the cornerbacks feel like they're all over the place. They're like, oh, Eric Stokes runs like a 4.35 or whatever he ran, and then like he's projected, later on.
Yeah.
Is he a guy that could sneak up there? But I was just curious if you had anyone in mind.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
that would probably be a surprise pick. Going off that defensive back, the cornerback position, you also have guys like the cornerback position is so deep this year. And I say that because those 2 Georgia cornerbacks, Eric Stokes, Tyson Campbell, they could be in the conversation of getting drafted in the first round. That could sneak up. Caleb Farley as well has not been drafted yet. We are still waiting on him. You still are mentioning him every single pick. We've got to get on that, guys. And the Titans, I'm looking at them. They've got the number 22 pick. They just lost Adoree Jackson, actually, to the New York Giants. They lost Malcolm Butler as well, so you need some cornerback help.
Yeah.
They're praying that Farley will stay around for him. I actually had the Titans trading up to number 16 in my mock draft to get Caleb Farley. Or, no, it was J.C. Horn that fell. But at number 22, the Cardinals got Caleb Farley. So if Farley falls to number 22, Titans, looking at you.
Yeah. And I think it's due to all the offensive players that we've seen. Like, it's just like a class that is very unique. We haven't seen this many quarterbacks, this many receivers, this many offensive tackles. Literally, I feel like that's all that's been drafted almost, it seems like. So
Yeah. At this point, it's been all offense, which rarely does happen. I think that stream here might be a few seconds behind in this stream. But we've got a Giants fan wearing a Lawrence Taylor jersey sitting in that chair. Again, people in the live chat, let us know what the meaning of that chair is. I totally zoned out in the beginning, and I did not hear. But here we go with the New York Giants selection. Oh.
Wow.
Oh, Kadarius.
Wow.
Oh. Wow. Okay. Lots to unpack here. This is not what I predicted. This is not what I expected. Mikey, your thoughts?
I thought they were going receiver. I was in the right position. Tony is a guy that I had. He surprised me last year in his gameplay. He's stronger and his balance is just like off the charts, especially for how small of a guy he is. But he blows the top off, those offenses, those defensive backs. They can't catch him. Kind of, there's a lot of comparisons of like Tyreek Hill use him in the slot, use him as a returner. But honestly, I thought Rondell Moore was better, and maybe it just came down to durability. Who do they think can last in the NFL? And Tony, you know, just look at him. He's just bouncing off guys. They can't tackle him for some reason. But I love the pick for the Giants. They need some receiving help. I mean, they got it in Galladay, but other than that, Sterling Shepard has been mediocre the last few seasons. So I like the pick for the Giants.
Yeah, I like it too. And I actually, in my mock, I had Kadarius Toney because the Lions traded back in my mock going to number 19 to the Lions. But so I actually have him as a first round level talent wide receiver. But I don't know. Over the past couple of weeks, I actually am starting to fall in love with Rashad Bateman more and more. So I mean, I'm not against the pick at all. Like, I love Tony, and it's a good pick for the New York Giants. But let's see what happens for Kadarius Toney in that crowded wide receiver room.
Well, so we talked about Bateman. You know, he's a bigger receiver, outside guy, really great route runner. They have Galladay, who kind of fits that same mold. So the one thing they didn't really have was a slot guy. I mean, they have Evan Ingram at tight end, Galladay on the outside. So I think, you know, they were aiming for slot. I don't know if they would have played Devontae Smith in the slot. That would have been interesting to see. So Tony in the slot, you know, brings another dynamic. I mean, you got to watch out for Barkley. Got to watch out for Galladay in the red zone, Ingram in the red zone. So they have a lot of weapons, and you know there should be no more. Well, there's going to be an excuse with the offensive line because I don't know what they've been doing the last like few years, but
Yeah, I don't know what they've, hopefully at one point they can turn things around. Andrew Thomas can get it around still.
yeah.
Very young. Will Hernandez as well. But Kadarius Toney, a New York Giants. Do you think that he's going to emerge in the future as a number one wide receiver, or is he just designed only for a slot guy, like a wide receiver 3 kind of deal?
That's such a tough question because even Tyreek Hill, people are questioning: is he a wide receiver 1? Because it's like, well, Kelsey's tight end, but he's basically wide receiver 1. You have Galladay there. I think he's going to be your number 1 guy. Um, you can do more with Tony. You can, you know, put him on some jet sweeps, bubble screens. Can be a return guy. I wouldn't consider him a number 1 receiver. Um, I feel like he's like a Deshaun Jackson kind of guy.
Okay.
Maybe like 2 catches for like 110 yards.
Yeah.
Type of game. But yeah, I think it'll be how the Giants use him. Will really decide how good he can be. So if they use him properly, get him in space, you know, get the ball in his hands, then yeah,
Yeah,
you know, I like his chances. But
I like it too. Oh man, I keep going back to Rashad Bateman. Like I said, last couple of weeks, I'm just falling more and more in love with them, and maybe that's just me, you know, just falling in love with Rashad Bateman and his route running ability, and but Kadarius Toney, I like him a lot too. So that leaves us with the Indianapolis Colts now on the clock. The pick is in officially now for the Colts.
I
What we
think
thinking?
Bateman could be like a low key option here.
Could be.
They they need an offensive tackle. They need a guy they can put next to Quentin Nelson on the line. But then again, they need corner help. It seems like that defense is really good outside of corner, and the corners didn't even perform that bad last year. It's just getting to that next level. They need a lockdown guy, a number 1 corner, which don't come around often. And I'm gonna mention my guy Farley until he gets drafted. Like I said,
Caleb Farley, where
Yeah.
are you, man?
you know, I think they might have been thinking offense tackle here, but with all the tackles that have gone, you know, maybe they're thinking, we can just get a guy later on.
Yeah.
But
It's interesting to note to see what the Colts are going to do because I just from years of watching Carson Wentz play, he's best. He plays his best football when he has protection. And I think that's every
Yeah.
quarterback, but like Carson Wentz especially. Otherwise, he's going to get hurt. Otherwise, he gets pressured and he makes stupid mistakes, whatever it may be. Carson Wentz needs that offensive line, and I think Frank Reich knows that more than anyone. So I think here they go with an offensive tackle. Actually, Christian Darrisaw might
Yeah.
actually be a good option for them.
yeah,
Tevin Jenkins as
Tevin
well.
Jenkins, yeah.
So there's a couple options right there. But I feel like offensive tackle, Rashad Bateman, I've seen a couple mock drafts where he does go to the Colts, but I don't know. I think offensive tackle would be your best bet.
Yeah.
Um,
Now that you point that out, I'm just like, they can't do anything other than tackle.
yeah, it's just logical. It makes the most sense. It's so weird to me that Carson Wentz is wearing number 2, but he is.
It doesn't look right. He looks like a punter.
Former Colts punter Pat McAfee is actually doing a live draft show as well.
I'm sure ours is more entertaining
Oh my gosh, 100%.
with the sources we have.
With the sources we have, with the people and the crew that we have, just us two. But yeah, no, this is
He's probably got Aaron Rodgers on there.
probably. Oh my gosh.
Doesn't compare to Griffin, though, you know.
Yeah. Nothing's better than Griffin. Not even Aaron Rodgers. Sorry for the feedback, guys. If you guys are tuning in, it's just a little bit of static from the headphones, but that's okay. These are skull candy. I can't stress that enough. But we've got the Indianapolis Colts coming in to make a selection. And I looked over at your iPad because we're kind of behind the stream, but it would go ahead and show the selection right here, and it is Kwity Paye being selected by the Indianapolis Colts. Mikey, your thoughts?
Yeah. I've struggled with putting value in Michigan defensive ends. A lot of that comes from the Packers moving up to pick Rashawn Gary a few years ago. And now we're finally seeing Rashawn Gary break through. I think Paye. I didn't think this is what the Colts needed at all. I thought defensive line was probably their strength. Maybe, getting after the quarterback, they had problems, but their run defense was stellar. I thought corner and tackle would have been the positions they would have focused on. And, not saying that they won't later on, but I don't love this pick, I'll be honest.
That's perfectly fine. If you don't love it, Kwity Paye, one of the better edge rushers according to multiple mock drafts, has been drafted finally. And Kwity Paye is being regarded as having a very good story with his mom working 3 jobs with the opportunity for him to make it to Michigan and get a full ride scholarship to play football, doing it for his family, moving from Africa, moving out of that continent to escape civil war out of his country. What a great story, moving to a low-income neighborhood in Rhode Island, working his way up, and Kwity Paye is now a first-rounder for the Indianapolis Colts and is expected to do some damage for the Colts. But we'll see. We'll see. Now we've got the Tennessee Titans, and I want you to say the name one more time.
This is going to end the streak right here. Our boy Caleb Farley will 100% be taken right here by the Titans. And if it's not him, it's Asante Samuel Jr.
One of them has to be taken. I mean, it's expected at this point that you're going to have to go with a cornerback. You lost 2 good you lost 1.5 corners. And Malcolm Butler, should I say that he's a good corner? I'll say he's a good corner.
He's a decent corner.
He's a decent corner. So at this point, you got to go with a cornerback. I can't.
I think out of
anything
all the
else.
teams so far, the most pressure might be on the Titans GM right here.
Think so.
Yeah, especially after last year's pick, Isaiah Wilson. Talk
Yeah, yeah,
about a mess.
yeah. Oh, gosh, yeah.
I mean, you spend your first round draft pick on a guy that can't even make it to the first regular season game. He's late to practice. I mean, he's off doing his own thing. Has no commitment to the team, which was so odd to me because he was such a team player at Georgia. And then he gets traded, gets cut by a second team. So there's a lot of pressure on the Titans here to make a pick that can get some playing time early.
Yeah, it's. I think Mike Vrabel came out and said, I still have trust in our draft process, even though despite what happened with Isaiah Wilson,
Yeah.
I don't know whether it was like a lack of an interview process or they just didn't know that he was going to have those kind of character issues. And then they tried to make it work with the Miami Dolphins when they got him from the Tennessee Titans. And then they were like, nope, we can't do this. We understand what you're going through. So I don't think, you know who doesn't have character issues? Caleb
Farley. But you want to know what he does have?
What does he have?
It's injury issues.
Oh my gosh. I think he'll be fine. He should be good. Caleb Farley right here. What do you guys feel? We still got some guys tuning in right now. Pretty late for this NFL draft, so we appreciate you guys tuning in and sticking with us as we are approaching the last 10 picks here after this Tennessee Titans pick.
I just saw they're showing past receivers that they've drafted, and I was just about to bring up that point. They lose Corey Davis. Are they thinking they need another option there? Because they really don't have anyone besides A.J. Brown,
True.
even though they run it every single play. So maybe they're thinking wide receiver, but this draft is so deep at receiver, you can get a quality guy later.
Yeah, there's Terrace Marshall that could be available at day 2. Rashad Bateman, we've been mentioning him a lot. We've also been mentioning Elijah Moore on top of that. So there's a lot of options, but if you had to be a GM of the Titans right now, corner, wide receiver, what are you picking?
You got to go corner. You lose your top 2 corners. You don't have anyone else in line, so you have to go corner. I feel like they didn't address it in free agency, so I think their plans are to address it via draft. So I see them going corner, and I think it's just a matter of which one. So I think we got Farley, Greg Newsome, Asante Samuel, maybe Tyson Campbell sneaks in, but I think we'll hear one of those names.
Yeah, and also a cornerback that's actually very underrated that people are talking about is a good slot corner is Elijah Molden from Washington as well, who could be, when we were talking about earlier about players that could sneak into the first round, it could be Elijah Molden. But that could be like a pick for maybe later on for someone like the Buccaneers or just a position where you need some depth but not really anyone to be a starter. So we've got this guy wearing a "Please give the ball to Derrick Henry" face mask. I don't understand
They
why
do that anyway.
Yeah, you got your wish. You got your wish. So, and if that's the case, then you don't have to get a wide receiver. But Mel Kiper is very excited about something. Maybe they're going to get a wide receiver here. Who knows? Why are they singing "Sweet Caroline"?
This isn't Boston. This isn't the Red Sox. This isn't baseball.
Yeah, this isn't.
I don't know the connection there between that song.
I don't understand. Carolina Panthers, King Panther, if you're still tuning in with us, they actually sing the Sweet Caroline song after every win. So I don't understand why it's with the Tennessee Titans, but that's okay. How you guys doing with the chat? Make sure you guys are chatting with us as the internet is kind of booty, but that's okay. We'll go on cellular right here. Okay, so Miguel said that wide receiver Terrace Marshall Jr. is an option right here. Could happen.
I don't think offense was a problem for the Titans last year.
Mm-mm.
They put points up. I mean, Tannehill had an amazing year. You have to address the defense. Even your top two corners that you let go weren't even that great. So even if they signed both those guys, they would still need a corner.
Yeah, there's. But then again, he did lose Corey Davis and Khalif Raymond on top of that as well. So, I mean, he wasn't even utilized as a wide receiver. Adam Humphries as well was gone.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Let's see who the Titans are picking. Oh my
There we go, my
gosh.
boy.
Caleb Farley has been taken.
Yeah, wow. Titans very fortunate that he fell all the way to 22. Obviously, it's a needed position for the Titans. What do you think about Farley?
I like Farley a lot. I think at this point, someone was saying with their. By the way, I'm trying to get rid of this feedback. I'm not sure what's entirely causing it, but hopefully we can get rid of it. But oh nope, there it goes. There it goes back. Caleb Farley was regarded as one of the best cornerbacks in this draft, and I feel like him and J.C. Horn. Is that my headphone? And Patrick Surtain were regarded as some of the best. We just go ahead and unplug that. It's gone, but can't hear. Stay with us, guys. We've got technical difficulties. We'll be right back. Just kidding. You like that? Hello? We are hiring for another person to do literally anything besides me. So, if you're interested, please submit an application to me. Gmail, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, MySpace, whatever. Take it away while I fix this.
Yeah, sounds like the old internet DSL.
It does. It does.
But Caleb Farley, very fortunate. Their Titans are very fortunate for him to fall all the way down. Ball hot kind of guy, sat out last year, worked on himself, and it paid off. He's a first round pick, so Titans going to be any happier. And we got the Vikings coming up. I know Griffin was very excited. He was hoping Fields was going to fall to them. Obviously, that's not the case here. So, as we look at the position needs for the Vikings, interior line, edge, tackle, basically line of scrimmage. That's where the games are won. Pretty weak on both sides of the ball there. So you need to get some guys in the trenches. Maybe Barmore breaks in here, or a guy that can get after the quarterback. I think I saw a few mock drafts that had Aziz going, who, in my opinion, is the best pass rusher in this draft class. So I'm hoping that Aziz can get his name called tonight.
Yeah, we'll see. Both of us are big fans of Aziz Ojulari. Played at Georgia, so we'd love to see it. But I think that, the Vikings, like you said, those positions that you were just naming off there, I think it would be big. Trayvon Milrig, safety. They need some safety help as well. I know you signed Patrick Peterson to be in your secondary, but, you could also use some secondary help on top of that, more secondary help. So it could happen. We'll have to see. As the Vikings are on the clock right now.
We got King Panther still in the chat.
King Panther actually went MIA real quick, and now we got Miguel chatting with us.
All right, Miguel, give us your
Miguel.
thoughts.
Yeah, Caleb Farley. We wanted your thoughts about what did we want our thoughts with Miguel about earlier? He was a big
Chargers guy, right?
Yeah, he told us Rashawn Slater. Yeah, that was his pick. I forgot what we wanted Miguel about. Anyways, he says to call him. I have no way of contacting you, unfortunately. I could give you an Instagram call, but I can't hook it up into this stream, unfortunately. Technology, Miguel. I'm sorry. But the Vikings, yes, they're on the clock. It might, depending on who they pick, it might end up being a good decision that they did trade back because they could get someone like Gregory Rousseau, because Jalen Phillips has already been taken. Kwity Paye just got taken by the Colts. So, if they get Greg Rousseau, probably the next best edge rusher. I like it a lot.
I'm still I'm keeping an eye on Owusu
Yeah.
Karamoa.
Yeah.
See where he falls. I think the Vikings could use him. I know they have, was it Kendricks, I think, in the
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
field. But you could just bring another dynamic to that defense. He's another one of those guys that just does it all. Like, he can drop into coverage, get after the quarterback. So they definitely need some defensive help, especially with the defensive linemen in this class not as highly ranked as they've been in the past. That could be an option for them.
Yeah. Actually, we have a prediction right now in the chat. It
Let's
is
go.
Miguel saying that it could be the Vikings getting Christian Darrisaw at this
Yeah.
point. They do need an offensive tackle, and Darrisaw was passed up by the Colts. But now you've got the Vikings in that position to get him.
Yeah.
As we're taking a look at the swag of the draft rooms of all of these guys in the past. Cliff Kingsbury, man, what a pack.
What a guy.
Yeah. You see what the Rams did with their draft room?
No, it didn't.
Oh man, I gotta pull this up.
Man, I wish the Rams had a pick here. Talk about them and Matthew Stafford leading that team.
Whew.
Be
don't
fun. Maybe
have
he
a
can
pick
get them
because of
over the
that.
hump and, maybe get some playoff wins.
Hopefully. Now we go here with the Minnesota Vikings. Who they got?
I think Miguel was right on the spot. Darrisaw.
Miguel, look at you, man.
Should have called him.
Oh my gosh, Miguel. Wow.
Yeah.
Dude, you know what you're talking about. Amazing. Christian Darrisaw, the offensive tackle. We expected him to be a top 25 pick at one point eventually, and now he's going to be taken by the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah. We're talking about the trenches, both sides of the ball, lack of defensive players in this class. So Darrisaw's still on the board there. A lot of people had him as the number 2, number 3 offensive tackle. So the fact that, the Vikings got him at 23, they're licking their chops, now they just got to build on the defense side of the ball. They got some offensive weapons, Justin Jefferson. So once they get their defense straightened out, get a little more help in the trenches, I feel like they're a team to watch out for. I think they could surprise a lot of people.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought I made a footage of Christian Darrisaw, but apparently I didn't. So you get no B-roll footage of him, no introduction. But anyways, we got the Pittsburgh Steelers now on the clock.
Yeah, this is something we talked about in the past. Like, we're really excited for, especially with James Conner going to Arizona. We both think they're going to go running back here. We're both hoping it's Najee. We just think it'd be so much fun for him to be with the Steelers and, their offensive firepower that they seem to have every year. So if they can stay healthy, add Najee to that backfield, it would be a really fun team. Because, when James Conner got hurt, they rely heavily on their running backs, especially receiving running backs, catching the ball out of the backfield. And Najee might not be that guy, but he can do it. But Anthony McFarland, he didn't seem to be the answer. They tried a couple other guys, and they just weren't starting running backs that you need.
Right, and yeah, like you mentioned that we've talked about this in the past. It's the same old question of, do you go down the route of offensive line to help your run game, or do you go down the route of just straight up, let's just get a good running back? And Mike Tomlin is one of those guys that could go an offensive line, and you would not be surprised if that were to happen. Najee Harris could be the first running back taken.
Yeah. And if we look on the defensive side of the ball, where they might go, they lost Bud Dupree.
Mm-hmm.
And then they obviously need help in the defensive backfield. I think Asante Samuel would be a really nice fit there.
Ooh.
And Asante, he's so quick with his hips where he can play on the slot receiver, and he has the ball skill to play on the outside receiver. So I feel like that could be a potential fit there. But yeah, I'm thinking corner if Najee doesn't get selected here.
Yeah, it's a lot of different options that the Pittsburgh Steelers could go down on, and they're pretty quick to get their pick in. And let's see who the Steelers are going to be picking right here.
Yeah, looks like our stream's falling a little bit behind. I see Najee did get picked, so that's really exciting. I think that's like one of the top picks for me has stood out.
Yep.
I just think it'll be a lot of fun, especially for those fantasy football players.
Oh yeah.
You know, he's an eye. He might be a first round pick.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's like a Derrick Henry. I mean, him coming out of high school was like one of the most unbelievable athletes I've ever seen. Just how fast he was and how strong he was, how high he could jump. He was just like top of the line running back. So
Yep, Najee Harris is now going to be a Pittsburgh Steeler, going to lead the charge for the Steelers running back room. Going to be a good complement, maybe even a three-down back to Benny Snell and Anthony McFarland and all those good running backs there. Pittsburgh, they're lacking in the run game department, and that's what really cost them in that stretch, that final stretch, and trying to get into the postseason and really losing those games and missing out on some good seeding opportunities. But now Najee Harris will be leading it for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I like it. I like it a lot. That Pittsburgh offense is going to be much better. Ben Roethlisberger, 39 years old. He's going to go down in the tail end of his career. Najee Harris bringing in young talent. Help Ben Roethlisberger complement him in that run game. Don't let Big Ben do everything. The Jaguars are now back on the clock as we are seeing some pretty sick Jacksonville or Najee Harris highlights right here. But we talked about Trevor Lawrence being that investment for Urban Meyer. So do you think that they would go offense or defense here with the 25th pick?
I think they probably go defense.
Okay.
Whether that's linebacker, corner, defensive line. I think Trevor can work with the receivers they have. They had a couple guys have pretty good year this past year, so I think getting some defensive help would be good. But I was just looking at how many Alabama players have been taken. 3, 4, 5, 6 Alabama players in the first round. Just another year of Alabama first
Just
round
dominating,
picks.
yeah.
So if you're a recruit, I know they keep their eyes on that. Who can get me to the NFL? And, Alabama's not only getting them to the NFL, but getting them picked in the first round year after year. I can't wait for this powerhouse to end, this dynasty to come to an end.
I think I figured out what was causing the feedback. I think it was my phone being too close to the wires. For some reason, that causes it.
I don't know.
Dang, man. Technology, bro. But yes, to kind of go piggyback off of that, yeah, Alabama is just dominating year after year. You know what's crazy is now we got Miguel actually predicting that the Jaguars could be taking Walker Little.
Yeah, I was thinking tackle too. Man, Walker Little has the tools to be great, but I don't think he performed at Stanford like I thought he would, and I think his transition to the NFL is going to be pretty rough. But I agree. I mean, they need tackle help, and Little's probably like one of the top guys on the board now since so many have gone. I mean, maybe Tevin Jenkins, possibility.
Perhaps. Perhaps.
I think an interesting pick could be the safety from TCU. Maybe Mo Ring gets picked here. That secondary has just been like decimated over the past couple of years. I mean, they went from having Jalen Ramsey and AJ Bouye as being like the top two cornerbacks in the whole NFL to not having either of them.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
they need corner help as well. So it'll be interesting to see what Urban does here.
Well, the internet will not agree with you because I use the same logic as you that they need cornerback help, and then they laughed in my face because I suggested in the top of the second round with the first pick, you get a cornerback, get someone like Tyson Campbell, Eric Stokes, whoever is available because it's a deep cornerback class, and they were like, no, like we signed Trey Herndon, we signed Shaquille Griffin, we signed all these guys, these cornerbacks to help the secondary, and they drafted C.J. Henderson as well last year, so you don't need any cornerback help. And I'm trying to tell you guys, there's something called depth, okay, and there's something called contracts and money as well. And Trey Herndon and Shaquille Griffin, I know he's on a 3-year contract, but you've got Herndon on a 1-year contract, so I don't think you got to be thinking about the future. And so cornerback is a position that I would say that the Jacksonville Jaguars should be looking at in the first 2 rounds because they're tired of that secondary. They want to replace A.J. Bouye and Jalen Ramsey and their production as on top of that as well. So, yeah, we've got Miguel. Seems like Miguel is very active, as you can see right here. Very.
I love it.
We had a lot of people dip off just because it's getting late. It's getting that time, and it's weeknight. So, but Miguel, though, he's saying Tevin Jenkins, yes. Dylan Rodons as well. That's a name that I heard recently. Blocking for
I like
Trey Lance.
Miguel.
So, yeah, you gotta love the way that he's thinking. Many options here, but I think it's going to be offensive tackle if I had to put my finger on it.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to Cleveland?
I have not. I haven't been many places. I've been to Wisconsin, North Carolina, and Florida.
Those are the only 3 states that have you driven through?
Unfortunately.
Oh, yeah.
Driving through Kentucky and Alabama is one of the worst things in life.
Yeah, it's not the greatest.
But I imagine Cleveland is up there.
Yeah,
with those two.
It might be a fun town. I've never been.
I'm pretty sure Odell was like hyping up Cleveland, if I'm not mistaken, like saying like it's not as bad as you think it is.
It's cold. I don't like the cold.
Okay, they picked C.J. Henderson last year.
Yeah. So, it's still though. I still think like in round 2 you gotta adjust the corner because you gotta think about the future. You got 2 cornerbacks there with 1-year contracts.
Yeah, I'll be surprised to see like how the Jaguars fare this season. What's your prediction on how many wins they have?
With Trevor Lawrence,
16.
oh my gosh, what? Never lost a regular season game in his life. Why not?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and say 6.
Yeah, I was in the 4 to 6 range as well.
Yeah, which isn't bad for your first year. I think Urban Meyer is, he might be a little bit too used to college football and think like, okay, well, we got to win like every game, otherwise we suck. But that's not the case in the NFL. So,
yeah, maybe like if they have a top 10 pick, I mean, gosh, maybe George Pickens, if he decides to come out next year, potentially could be a receiver for them in the future.
Roger Goodell is sitting down for this pick, so who are they going to be picking here? I have no idea, but now they got Travis Etienne at running back. Oh my goodness. Etienne, the Clemson teammate of Trevor Lawrence, will be joining him as they are traveling from South Carolina down to Jacksonville together. And we talked about how the running back position need to be taken pretty fast. And now you've got two of the top two running backs in this draft class being taken in back-to-back picks. That is Travis Etienne, running back, Clemson.
I think this has caught me the most off guard out of all the picks so far. Jaguars, I don't know if they just like that like Clemson connection between Trevor and Etienne. But as we've seen, as the years have progressed, these running backs have to catch the ball out of the backfield. And Etienne might be one of the best that have come out the last few years. He reminds me a lot of DeAndre Swift. So I think they'll use him a lot in the passing game. But he can run between the tackles as well. So wasn't what I was expecting. I thought they were going to go tackle, corner, maybe address something on defense. But they go running back and pair him up with his former teammate at Clemson, Lawrence. So it'll be fun to watch that offense.
I think it's pretty crazy, too, that a lot of people were saying that Etienne could be a second-round pick. Actually, as a matter of fact, I wish that the Falcons would have taken him on the top of the second round. But, he's, like you said, like pairing up with Trevor Lawrence, that pass-catching running back. And now people are probably saying, like, okay, what about James Robinson? What's going on with that? James Robinson proved.
Right.
Listen, there's a lot of stories about undrafted running backs that have good seasons and then they fall off. Or if they were drafted late. For instance, remember Peyton Hillis of the Cleveland Browns? Had a good season, was on the cover of Madden because of PETA going against Michael Vick. But he was on the cover of Madden. He had that great season with the Cleveland Browns. People thought he was the future, and then he kind of fell off. Justin Forsett with the Ravens. I think he was undrafted, I believe. He had a good season, and then after that, fell off. James Robinson had a good season. After that, I don't know. Might do well, but to pair him up with Travis Etienne, that's a good 1-2 punch there for Urban Meyer.
Yeah, and we've seen that also, too, in the NFL where they're having multiple guys that are getting a lot of carries. They're splitting carries. Maybe they just have a third down back, kind of like Kareem Hunt in Cleveland. So just brings another dimension to that offense. So really interesting pick. I mean, I didn't expect that at all.
Yeah.
We got the Browns up. Their pick is in. And for me, I think this player that I think they're picking is probably the only one that could be a first-round potential as a defensive lineman, and that's Christian Barmore.
I like it.
So, I mean, they got destroyed. Their run defense got destroyed last year. So they need a guy in the middle that can get down and dirty and, make those, like, plays that no one else wants to.
Yeah, and if you're the Buffalo Bills, I think if you take Christian Barmore here, the Cleveland Browns do, you're going to be upset because you would hope that Christian Barmore would go to the Buffalo Bills. But we've got the infamous Pumpkinhead from the Cleveland Browns sitting at the chair as the Roger Goodell is going to be hopefully one day making this pick eventually after Michael Irvin stops his whatever he's doing. But
I think Goodell might be getting an IV in the back. Last pick, he was dying on that chair.
Yeah, he's. I like Christian Barmore to the Browns. In my mock draft, I actually had Rondale Moore going to the Browns.
With Odell and Jarvis, I mean, they have smaller receivers. If anything, I feel like they need a bigger receiver.
Yeah, okay.
Like Bateman, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I feel like the Browns are fine on offense. That defense needs help.
Yeah, it's.
I mean, you have Myles Garrett. He can get after the quarterback. You got some decent corners over there when they're healthy. So you just need a defensive tackle that can stop the run game, get a linebacker maybe.
Yeah, and I think we got Miguel saying that Greg Newsome could be a good pick for the Browns, which we'll just eventually find out. I think that they're pretty much done getting secondary help at this point. All right, as they are talking about whatever they are talking about for the next 5 minutes, But I say Rondale Moore just because of wide receiver. I know you're big on Odell Beckham. I am too. But I think his best days are past him. I don't.
I hope not, because it's just when Odell's good and healthy, he just makes the league so much more exciting. We haven't seen anyone that can catch football like him with the one-handed catches, arguably the greatest catch of all time. So I hope Odell's got another couple years left in him. Send him to Green Bay.
That's been the talk for so many years as we've got the Browns making their official selection here. And there we go. Greg
Bro,
Newsome.
Miguel's taking my spot next year.
Miguel probably has. We're probably a little bit behind. I'm starting to think that we're a little bit behind. And Miguel. Maybe. Hold on.
I don't
Let's
know,
see.
because
I don't know.
this updates pretty quickly.
Maybe. Miguel, are you cheating the system? Are we just behind? And you already know what's going to be happening? Let us know. Be honest with us. But Greg Newsome.
It's a safe place.
Greg Newsome is a cornerback, which is actually kind of a little bit of a surprising move just because they spent so much draft capital the last 2 years and trying to bolster up that secondary. And now they just go ahead and draft another one, which is kind of questionable. But one thing that you cannot question is the talent that Greg Newsome brings to any defense that he plays for. Played at Northwestern, and now he's going to be taken in the first round in that deep cornerback class. Mikey, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think what makes Greg so good is his ability to read plays. I'm a Badgers fan, so I've seen Newsome play multiple times, and he just seems like he's all over the field making plays, whether it's in the run game, coming up from the corner, like making open field tackles. He just seems like an all-around great corner, and I feel like he has great instincts, and he has the ball skills. So, here he goes destroying Wisconsin. So,
Perfect.
I'm pretty sure I think he had 2 interceptions against the Badgers last year. So he's a familiar name for me. I'm glad he's over there in the AFC, so don't have to worry about him.
Don't have to worry about him ever again. I want to say ever again, but now you got the Ravens flock here.
Yeah. The Ravens. And this is another team where it seems like they just draft well every single year.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they'll lose all these players, and you're like, they're about to suck. And then they just go off in the draft and, like, find these guys that just perform. And I'm trying to find the Ravens here. So, yeah, edge, tackle, safety, receiver.
By the way, while you're looking at that, I just want to go ahead and address that Miguel. He says, "No, I'm honest," and now he's predicting that for the Ravens, they're going to get either Terrace Marshall, Rondo Moore. So
I was leaning toward receiver as well, except I was leaning more towards Bateman. You have, Hollywood Brown, who is a burner kind of guy. They need someone that can run in the middle of the field.
well, see, here's the thing. I would have said receiver as well, but they signed Sammy Watkins. So,
And
listen, hear me out.
Sammy Watkins could have been the best receiver of all time. And I don't know what,
What
has
happened?
happened. I don't know what happened from his last year at Clemson to his transition to the NFL, but it just has not panned out. He has all the tools to be an amazing player, but he has not had one great season.
Yes, debatable.
Has he even played a full year healthy? Probably not.
Someone fact check that. I'm not sure, but what that tells me, okay, I agree with you that Sammy Watkins is not the answer. He's not going to be the number 1,000-yard receiver. But what that tells you is, okay, maybe I can hold off on a wide receiver until round 2. So, and
I think a lot of teams are thinking that, though. We can get a guy in the second round.
yeah,
You guys can't all get the guy you have in mind in the second round.
very true. But like, at the same time, you have other pressing needs, and I feel like the Ravens are one of those teams too that John Harbaugh and that whole organization, the way they draft is they get all of these defensive pieces, and that's why you get so many good things out of that Ravens defense every year, just
Yeah.
because they have all these players to where they can just use them in rotation. You lost Matthew Judon to the New England Patriots. I think it's that time where you need an edge rusher, or if you want a safety, Trayvon
Yeah,
Moehrig is still
Moehrig.
there. But wide receiver, yeah, maybe. Like, what are you going to do? Get more speed? You're going to get Rondale Moore?
Yeah.
I mean, you could get Rashad Bateman to be that good, bigger receiver, but I don't know.
Look, we just gotta have Bateman last 2 more picks, and then he'll be in that green and gold, baby.
That green and gold. I'm going to actually text Bennett, see if he's up, if he wants to join in for the Packers pick. But as they are in commercial break, we appreciate you guys joining us for this NFL Draft live stream. We appreciate you guys staying up this late on top of that as well. So we'll see what's going to be happening here in the next couple of picks.
I can't believe Barmore didn't go to the Browns. Pretty shocked. That was like the only player I could make sense for the Browns.
I was so freaking confused that it didn't happen. Not that Barmore didn't go to the Browns, but because they got another secondary pick. Man, you got Denzel Ward out there. You got Grant Delpit. You got granted, all these guys need to get healthy. You invested in Greedy Williams as well. Okay. Well, I mean, hopefully it'll work out for them. We'll see. But Mel Kiper is really big on Elijah Moore, who's still available. So we'll see. Trying to hear what Mel Kiper's saying. They're showing the wide receivers. You got Rashad Bateman right there, tuning in.
From Georgia. Just another one of those Georgia guys.
What is it? Tifton, Georgia, I think.
Yep.
Georgia's.
Oh no.
Oh, you saw that?
Spoiler.
I didn't see it, so I wanted it to be a surprise. But maybe we gotta update our stream. I am so sorry.
It's not gonna get any worse.
I am so.
Well,
sorry.
I guess it could get worse. We'll see here in 2 more picks.
Rashad Bateman.
Yeah, a great complimentary player to that offense. Gives them that bigger statured wide receiver to go along with Brown. He's I think he's the best route runner in this class, maybe outside of Devontae Smith. But that's what makes him elite. He's not the fastest guy. He's not the most athletic, but he creates space by his route running, his first step off the line. Kind of has a Devontae Adams release. Obviously, I mean, that's a really big comparison. But it's just the technical abilities of Bateman that makes him great.
Yeah, Rashad Bateman. Like I said, this guy's been going up on my draft boards for the last couple of days. And I like him a lot. And, he was one of those surprise picks that if you asked a couple of weeks ago, would he be drafted in the first round? And a lot of people would have said no. And now he's going to be the next target for Lamar Jackson on top of Hollywood Brown, who had a little bit of a disappointing year last year. So we don't know where that's going to go and in what direction.
Yeah, I actually saw Bateman play in high school. He wasn't a highly recruited kid. Pretty underrated, but you could just tell in Georgia high school football, I mean, it's up there with Florida and Texas and California.
Mm-hmm.
Some, big time players come out of Georgia. So you could just tell he was different out there, his route running abilities and, just creating plays all over the field in high school. So I love the pick for the Ravens. I'm really bummed that he didn't fall to the Packers. But we got the Saints on the clock, so let's see what we have for their needs. I mean,
Yeah.
quarterback, arguably.
Oh, arguably. I mean, I think they're fine at this point if they want to pass up on a quarterback, but I mean, I would say more of a corner or an edge rusher. That would be my top two, just because they lost Janoris Jenkins and an edge rusher. I think that Cam Jordan is getting up there in age. They lost Trey Hendrickson and Marcus Davenport, and whichever edge rusher they draft at this point would be the future for that Saints defense.
Yeah, I'm leaning toward receiver for them,
Okay.
especially after losing Emmanuel Sanders. I think they could use a Rondell Moore, Elijah Moore type of player. So I think if they do go receiver, whichever one they don't pick, I think the Packers will have their eye on them. Or Marshall could be a pick for the Packers as well to play on the outside.
Ooh. And with the news that's been happening so far with Aaron Rodgers, I think that's reasonable that they would want to go offense at this point, trying everything that they can to try to keep Aaron Rodgers there. So I texted Bennett to see if he could join us for the Packers pick. He might be sleeping, so I doubt that he can join us for that. But
Do we have Miguel still in the chat?
let's find out. Miguel, where you at, man? Live. Oh, yeah. He's been talking about Sammy Watkins.
How bad he is.
And how bad, yeah.
There we
Sammy
go.
Watkins is not the answer. 31 pick is up to change. I forget about him. Nice pick. I'm not sure who he's referring to.
Probably Bateman.
Probably Bateman. Yes, I'm assuming it's Bateman. But now we've got the Saints on the clock. Oof. Multiple options that we could go down. Dude, Miguel is like going. What was it, King Panther last year? That was like kind of like this
Yeah.
guy. Yeah, King Panther, man.
Very engaged.
Very engaged. And that's why
We
we love
love it.
Miguel.
Yeah.
Miguel's the man. Would you ever go to playfootball.com?
What is that?
I don't know. I just saw a commercial for it.
Oh, I missed it.
As flashback. R.I.P.
Yeah. Yeah, we didn't even mention Bree's retirement.
Yeah, we.
But yeah, I mean, you got Jameis most likely at quarterback. So give him some wide receiver help. I mean, you have Michael Thomas, but he's obviously limited in what he can do. So, I mean, you need a slot guy that can get down the field, open up the offense.
Yeah.
But I feel like they've invested in receivers before that just haven't panned out. So maybe they don't want to get burned on receiver again. I guess we'll see what they do here.
Yeah, I agree with you, and it's just a different style of play. I feel like the Saints have been getting away with just having one really good wide receiver because it's all been either Michael Thomas or Alvin Kamara that you could dump the ball off to, number one. And number two, Drew Brees has been so good that he can just get it done with those two guys.
Yeah.
Jameis Winston might be a little bit, you need to put help around him. But I think wide receiver, corner, or edge rusher would be the smartest option here for the Saints.
What's your prediction on how many interceptions Jameis will have this year?
Over
Under 25.
Oh, under.
Under.
I'm calling it.
I'm saying over.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
because he'll have at least 2 or 3 4 interception games.
The Saints are making their selection right here, and oof, this is an interesting one. We got Peyton Turner being drafted out of Houston. Peyton Turner.
Oh, yeah.
Peyton Turner. The Peyton Turner.
Remember all that film we watched on him?
All that film. This is kind of surprising. Okay.
He wasn't even a guy I had on my radar. I'll be
I
honest
was
with
not.
you.
I did not. I'm going to be honest with you. I created all these graphics for all these players, And Peyton Turner was not even one person that I even thought about creating a graphic for. So I'm sorry, I don't have a graphic for him.
I mean, I feel like that's such a slap in the face to Aziz
Ojulari, yeah.
Ojulari.
Yeah. Well,
I
there
mean,
we
like,
go. It's an edge
I'm watching
rusher.
these highlights, and I feel like I can get off the line faster than him.
Oh my gosh. You are, yeah. Well,
A quick little swim move, though.
okay, yeah. We got to give him credit where credit is due. I mean, I did not expect this. Miguel, did you expect this?
Miguel, do you know who this guy is? Because I sure don't.
I'll be honest with you. He would have been on my radar if I was doing a round 2 or 3 live draft reaction show, but I did not.
I'm pretty tuned into college football and the top players in college football, but this is a name that I have not heard. So,
And we actually have a little comment that we wanted to mention from Michael FW89. He says, "Wow, with Rousseau still on the board, yeah,
yeah,
I'm with you.
yeah.
I don't understand." Gregory Rousseau out there, Aziz Ojulari as well. I know that Ojulari is technically a linebacker, but he play edge. Okay, well, listen, here we go. Packers.
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
I mean, this is obviously the news of the day. The Green Bay Packers, Aaron Rodgers. They got their pick in pretty quickly. I think they are 100% going receiver. But again, Green Bay's management and organization is so questionable, especially when it comes to the draft. So, I mean, you go from last year where you're picking a backup quarterback and a third string running back, and now it's like, okay, Aaron just won MVP, so do we believe he still has it? You know,
Yeah.
Aaron's crying for help. He's been crying for help, hasn't really gotten it. You know, he only throws it to Devontae because he truly doesn't have any other weapons.
Mm-hmm. It's a miracle that they've been able to do so well with just the little amount of weapons that they've had. But let me see what. Oh man, my phone is causing all this feedback.
So we're looking at Rondell Moore, Terrace Marshall, and Elijah Moore. I think we hear
Those
one
are the
of those
options.
three names.
You
Yeah,
think?
yeah,
Okay.
has to be.
I'm
I'm shaking right now.
if you guys don't know, he's a big Green Bay Packers fan. So we're just gonna have to see what happens right here. But actually, Michael tuned in on the chat and said people mostly had him late 2, early 3, talking about Peyton Turner. So
When?
late 2, early 3.
Late two.
Okay.
Yeah, there's like I said. That's why I asked you early. There's always a guy that's ranked 2 to 3 that always sneaks up, and I guess this year it's Peyton Turner.
Yeah, and it's funny because like I created like graphics for I think a total of 61, 62 players because I didn't know what was going to happen. And the fact that I just missed one, like I thought I had everything covered, but Peyton Turner got taken. It's okay. Why don't you get away from this right here? Because I know this is kind of. I'm just gonna let you hear it. We're a little bit behind, by the way, but we're gonna go ahead and hear what they say. But they're walking out to the stage right now.
The name
so.
I'm wanting to hear is Rondell Moore.
Okay.
Let's
see
see
what
if
happens.
we're gonna piss Aaron off even more, or if we're gonna maybe, reconnect, and start this relationship over.
Let's see what happens here as the Packers make their selection. And what is going to happen?
Tevin Jenkins.
Eric Stokes. You stoked? Talk to me.
I want to be upset right now, but I love Eric Stokes. I want to be. Are we just not going to draft a receiver? Just ignore the fact that we don't have a number 2 option, that MVS continues to drop deep balls. We have Alan Lazard, who performs well from where he came from, undrafted receiver, great run blocker. But listen, we need people that can separate. Obviously, corner we saw in the NFC Championship game that was a liability. But what I don't understand is we just signed Kevin King back. So where are you going to play Eric Stokes? Kevin King isn't a guy you can put in the slot. Maybe you put Jair there, but you just saw how much success Jair had on the outside. I'm just really confused because Stokes isn't a guy that you probably have inside either. He played outside at Georgia as cornerback, but I think Eric Stokes is arguably the third best corner. Very underrated. Was underrated in high school coming out. He is wicked fast and he has very good technique. Doesn't let up a lot of yards, doesn't let up a lot of catches. A guy that I would trust on an island by himself.
So, it's interesting. I just wanted to go ahead and mention this comment real quick by Michael. He said, last year it was the Raiders taking Damon Arnett in the first. I was talking about like the surprise pick. There's always like 1 year. It was also the Raiders taking Cleveland Farrell, who's a first round projection. But
like we said earlier, I don't know if you were here when we were talking about the Raiders. They're probably the team that you can not predict what they're gonna do.
Mm-hmm.
Just because, I mean, like you said, Farrell, Arnett, and Arnett's actually turned out to be a pretty good player.
Yeah,
I love his energy and the way he plays. But yeah, Eric Stokes to the Packers. Your thoughts?
Kevin King. That's when I did my mock draft. I actually had them taking either Greg Newsome if he was available, Asante Samuel. I had them taking a corner.
Yeah.
So I'm not shocked by this, but I do think that after the news that happened today or came out today of Aaron Rodgers just getting very frustrated with management, it's kind of obvious, especially after last year's pick of Jordan Love. Don't you want to go ahead and just make that give Aaron Rodgers that reinsurance, like, hey, it's okay, you can stay our quarterback. Let's go ahead and just go get a corner or a wide receiver instead of a corner. But
if they're trying to outstand Aaron Rodgers, let me just tell you, this man has not talked to his family in how many years? Like,
oh my god,
you're not winning this battle, Green Bay. Like, I don't understand it.
Yeah.
I was with you on the corner pick before they re-signed Kevin King because I really didn't expect them to re-sign him. Because when Kevin King is healthy, he's actually a pretty good corner.
I like him.
He just had a really awful game at NFC Championship, obviously. I just don't know where you're going to play. I'm assuming they're going to move Jair to slot corner because I don't see Eric Stokes playing. I mean, he has the speed to keep up in the slot, but I don't know if he's your nickel corner.
Yeah, I don't know.
I love Stokes though. Like I was hoping him, Aziz, Tyson would sneak in the first round.
Now, Aziz Ojulari, do you think that the Bills, who could use an edge rusher, is not like necessarily the number one need? Do you think that Aziz Ojulari could go to Buffalo?
I think it's a possibility, but I think it's very slim. I think we might see Barmore here. Pair him up next to Ed Oliver. Improve that run defense. That was their liability there in the playoffs, as we saw. So, if they can improve that defensive line in any way, it's a win.
Mm-hmm. I agree. That defensive line could be improved by the Buffalo Bills as you guys are joining us for the final three picks of the first round of the NFL Draft 2021 NFL Draft live reaction show here on Time to Football. We appreciate everyone that's been joining us for the whole entire duration of this. We have is he sleeping? Who's sleeping? Jason Owe. I don't know if that was legitimate or not, but oh no, he's on his phone. He's on his phone.
He's got a party there.
Yeah, dude.
Big supporting cast. You love to see it.
I thought he was sleeping for a sec.
I mean, he obviously looks disappointed he's fallen this far, but
Yeah.
it's players like that that end up being the better players. I mean,
Mhm.
they use it as motivation. So, and whoever gets them, I mean, they're getting a hell of a player,
Yeah.
especially this late
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
or early tomorrow. So,
As we've got the Bills getting ready right here to make the selection. We've got whoever it is sitting on the couch. Christian Barmore. Come on. Has to happen. Ooh.
wow.
Greg Rousseau has been taken.
Yeah, he's we talk about players moving up the board. He seemed like a player that just kept moving down the board, and people were like, "Is he even going to be drafted in the first round?" He obviously has like the physical attributes. I mean, he's huge. He's what you want as a defensive end. Long arms, big body. Um, can get after the quarterback. He actually his statistics surprised me the most. How many sacks he had in Miami. And if it translates to the NFL, then this could be the steal of the draft right here.
Could one of the two first-round Miami talented rushers being taken at number 30, like I said, falling down that pretty far, being escorted by Drew Rosenhaus, his infamous agent. But Greg Rousseau, very talented guy. Michael said LOL at the Rogers family comment, so that was good.
It's sadly the truth.
It's
The ugly truth.
Hey, listen. Yeah. But whatever.
Packers picked the wrong battle.
We're not making fun of him and his family. We're just saying that he's gonna stand up for whatever.
I think
he
the
believes in.
Packers live for the awkward moments of like Brett Favre's return. Like they want that like awkward moment.
They
for
want
Aaron.
that. They crave it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just love tension.
That's
And also, going back to the Stokes thing, I wonder if they're not going to re-sign Jair because he's going to get a mega deal. And that was the same thing with Casey Hayward. They let him walk. They let him go to the Chargers. I wonder if this is a pick for the future. Because it seems like that's what they're doing, picking for the future. So, be interesting to see. But we got the Ravens back on the clock here at 31.
Yeah, and this is interesting because they traded Orlando Brown for that first round pick. And do you think at this point that they address that offensive tackle need to get rid of, to make up for Orlando Brown? Or do you think that they're just going to go with Trevon Moehrig, the safety that we keep on talking about that's eventually going to fall in the hands of the Buccaneers? And please do not let that happen, Ravens. Please draft him now.
I honestly don't know what the Ravens are going to do here. I'm surprised they traded back up. I don't think they're going to address tackle here as much as they probably should. I'm trying to think. Well, Tevin Jenkins is probably the last reliable offensive tackle that you could plug in there.
Yeah.
We'll see what they do here. That'd be my guess.
It's crazy because we've got a lot of first-round level talent that's going to be passed up on with the last two picks. We've got
happens every year.
Tevin Jenkins, who's going to be passed up on it if the Ravens or maybe even Buccaneers don't take him. You've got Asante Samuel. Some people are saying he could fall into the first round. Some people saying Nick Bolton could, the linebacker. Trevon Moehrig. A lot of good talent that's going to be passed up on. Rondale Moore on that list as well. But the Ravens, let's see who they are going to be drafting here, as there are 4 minutes left on the clock for them.
Does Miguel or Michael have any thoughts on what the Ravens could do here?
Let us know. Let us know your thoughts and your opinions. We've got more people in the chat than just those guys. So if you guys are tuning in, comment down below and let us know what you think is going to be happening here. But okay, so we've got the Bills draft room. Very happy about that pick of getting Gregory Rousseau, as you should be. Final 2 picks. Here we go. We got Michael. I need Tevin Jenkins to still be there for the Jags at 33. Oof. Oh my gosh, can you imagine that?
Yeah. Is Michael a Jaguars fan? Sounds like it.
Let us know. But that's interesting.
Yeah, I love it.
I like it a lot.
Yeah. 'Cause especially what they're doing. I mean, they're obviously addressing the offensive issues. So is he your cornerstone left tackle? Do you have the faith in him that you do in like a Penny Sewell?
No. But here's the thing. There's this YouTuber called Brett Coleman. I don't know. He just does film breakdown. And the thumbnail for this video, look it up. Just type in the most violent man in football. I'm actually going to pull it up so you guys can see what this thumbnail looks like because it is incredible.
It'll never beat the guy from Baylor. You remember him? I cannot remember his name to save my life right now. The meme went around of him like.
Oh, Sean Oakman?
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember him.
How's that guy not in the league?
I have no idea. I'm going to look this up. The most violence. And then I'll switch it over so you guys can see.
As long as Tampa Bay doesn't get Landon Dickerson, I think I'll be happy.
Okay. So let me actually load this up. This guy right here. The most violent man in college football. And it's a thumbnail of Tevin Jenkins. Look at that face. Would you just look at it? Amazing. Most violent man.
That doesn't look like my left tackle.
Now, who knows? Behind the pretty face, there's probably a mean man that's ready to rip your head off. But we'll see.
What a draft this has been.
It has. Michael says, maybe Terrence Marshall for the Ravens. I am Jags fan indeed. Mahoney sent me. Oh, he recommended you. Matt Mahoney coming in clutch.
Man is clutch.
Man, that guy is, dude. Michael, I appreciate you joining. Matt Mahoney, I appreciate you tuning in as well. Giving us his thoughts earlier when he was talking about Justin Fields and Justin Fields of the Bears. What would you say your surprising picks have been so far? And maybe not surprising, but I guess the most notable, like you would look back in 5 years and be like, oh, I remember this draft. This is when this team took this player.
Without a doubt, Justin Fields with the Bears moving up. And, Falcons fans, they might look back on this draft, really excited. But in 5 years, if they see Justin Fields with a playoff team, potential Super Bowl contender, I mean, it's just, I feel like Justin is going to be good just because the Falcons didn't select him. And, it's the ultimate Falcons curse. I mean, having all those offensive weapons, I mean, you've had that.
Mm-hmm.
So, for me, Justin Fields stood out. Micah Parsons to the Cowboys.
Yes.
I just really love it. After watching Tampa Bay's defense between Devin White and Levante David, I mean, they just have a mean, fast linebacker core, and I think it'll be fun to watch as much as I hate the Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
I think it'll be a really fun defense to watch. I think it'll cover up some of their defensive line issues, but that'll have to be addressed at some point.
Yeah. As you got a notification on who just got drafted, We see it as well. Jason Owe from Penn State. He's listed as a linebacker, but he could also be an edge rusher, as you see him dancing here. That's quite the moves. I love it. Jason Owe as an edge rusher and a linebacker being drafted by the Baltimore Ravens. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm disappointed. I'm just disappointed Aziz hasn't been picked. I mean, I've said it a couple times now. Like, I thought he was the best pure pass rusher, and this is what teams need. Um, and the Buccaneers pick has already come in as well. Um,
That was quick.
but the thing with the Ravens, they have a knack for picking players that are flying under the radar that just perform well. Maybe not even like 20 sacks, 15 sacks, whatever it may be. They just have players that can contribute early, and they make it work every single year. So uh, I'll keep an eye on him and see what he does this year. It'll be interesting to see if he's just another one of those guys that performs well.
Definitely have to see that case, as Buccaneers, like you said, have been very fast to go ahead and make their selection.
As long as it's not Landon Dickerson.
We got the Ravens draft room pretty happy. What if it is Landon Dickerson, dude? I'm gonna flip out.
I've seen a lot of like defensive tackle mock drafts for them, which I don't know why they have Ndamukong Suh. But I mean, if they're searching for another D tackle, Barmore, he's still available.
Michael says, "Away in a manger." It's a good fantasy team name.
Yeah, keep that one in mind if you have the Ravens defense.
I mean, nothing will ever top the best fantasy team name I ever came up with in 2013. When Reggie Bush was on the Detroit Lions, I had Reggie Bush and Ben Roethlisberger, and it was Bush on my Big Ben. As the Bucks are making their picks right here. Who do we got? Joe Tryon.
Just add into that defense.
Mm.
I just did.
The champs have made their selection at the edge rusher position, just adding more depth to hopefully take over for what we believe Ndamukong Suh, who is aging out. And you got to be thinking about the future just to add more depth to that position. Joe Tryon has been drafted by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and this is the final pick of the first round of the NFL Draft 2021. Mikey, what do you think of this pick right here by the Buccaneers?
Yeah, watching the Buccaneers, most of their pass rush came from either blitzing, Shaquille Barrett, or Sue pushing up in the pocket. There really wasn't another guy on the outside. So adding someone that, has potential to get after the quarterback and also really good run stopper on the edge. So he's a big guy.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Wow. That's the first round. That's the first round right there. I'm going to go ahead and recap real quick. Let's read off before we let everybody go and sign off for the night. Let's just recap the whole entire draft. So we've got I may have to borrow that iPad or read off with you what we got right here. Just to recap. 1, Trevor Lawrence to the Jaguars. Zach Wilson to the Jets. Trey Lance. 3 to the 49ers. 4, Kyle Pitts to the Falcons. And 5, Jamar Chase to the Bengals. What are your thoughts on the top 5?
It's kind of what we expected for the most part with those top 3 quarterbacks. We had our opinions that Fields should have been the number 2 or number 3 quarterback. But I think it all started with the Falcons taking Pitts. This will be a draft pick that we'll all look back in 5 years and say it was either an amazing pick or, I mean, he's going to perform. He's going to be a dominant football player, but he's always going to be compared to Justin Fields.
Yeah, and Moving on to the next five, what we got here is 6, Jalen Waddle to the Dolphins, Penei Sewell to the Lions, J.C. Horn to the Panthers, Patrick Surtain, the next corner taken to the Broncos, and Devontae Smith to the Eagles.
Yeah, I mean, Penny Sewell, I mean, you're looking at an all pro left tackle. He'll be there for the Lions for a long time unless he wants out of that city. And then another one, Devontae Smith, the Eagles trading up for him ahead of the Giants. I mean, that has to be looked at as one of the bigger moves in this draft.
Justin Fields traded up for the Giants. The Bears did to get him. Micah Parsons to the Cowboys. Rashawn Slater to the Chargers. Elijah Vera Tucker to the Jets. And Mac Jones to the Patriots.
Yeah, a lot of key picks here. I mean, we mentioned Fields, we mentioned Micah Parsons, and then Mac Jones at 15. So it'll be interesting to see what the Patriots do with Mac Jones. I'm thinking they'll have him come in or sitting this year behind Cam, just learning from him. Work ethic or just learning NFL things. So
Moving on to 16 through 20, we've got Jalen Phillips to Miami, stays there in Miami. Jamin Davis in that Washington defense. Kadarius Toney in that crowded Giants. Oh, I skipped some picks. We got Zaven Collins to 16 to the Cardinals. Alex Leatherwood 17 to the Raiders. And then Jalen Phillips, Jamin Davis, and then Kadarius Toney at the Giants.
yeah, I'll say Jalen Phillips. I mean, he wasn't a guy we really talked about, but his story, he started off at UCLA, quit football, thought, I think he had like an injury issue, and then um, got reevaluated, went to Miami. Just a real great comeback story. So I hope he does well. He's big, rangy, can do a lot. So I hope he plays well down in Miami.
Another guy with a great story, Quiddy Pay to the Colts, surprise pick. Caleb Farley, finally taken by the Tennessee Titans. Christian Darrisaw to the Vikings after they traded down. Najee Harris to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And then Travis Etienne, the second running back taken by the Jaguars.
Yeah, most surprising pick for me was uh, Jaguars taking Etienne at 24. I love the Najee pick with the Steelers. I think, for those fantasy football gurus, keep your eye on him if you can get him, especially in a dynasty league. That's who you want. And then the Titans, I mean, Caleb Farley falling all the way down to them. An obvious need. Their top two corners, they lost this year, so big time pick by them.
And then we'll just read off 26 through 32. Greg Newsome to the Browns. Rashad Bateman to the Ravens. Peyton Turner, surprise pick by the Saints. Eric Stokes to your Green Bay Packers. Greg Rousseau fell to the Buffalo Bills. Jason Owe, number 31, to the Ravens after they traded with the Chiefs. And then Joe Tryon to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah, I think Eric Stokes is it's just because of the Packers pick with all the news about Aaron Rodgers coming out today. So I think everyone thought they were going to go receiver. I was convinced they were going to go receiver. I thought they were going to repair that relationship with Aaron, but then they go corner, which in my opinion wasn't even a need. They need a linebacker. They need some defensive line help. They need offensive tackle. They need a receiver. I mean, that list, is pretty big. And then for them to go corner after re-signing Kevin King, just a surprising pick. I mean, nothing against Eric Stokes. I love him. Great player. But just surprised at the position they chose to draft.
And now, just to quickly recap or to end this show, what are a few players that were passed up in the first round that you would really love to see get taken early in the second round or were deserving of at least getting drafted in the first round?
Yeah, I think a couple guys we mentioned, Aziz Ojulari. I mean, we both thought very highly of him. Can get after the quarterback, man, wreaks havoc. Rondell Moore, Elijah Moore. Those are two guys that are going to go really early tomorrow. Whoever gets Rondell, I think he'll be in the offensive rookie of the year conversation. And then Moring or Morig,
Yeah, Trayvon
Morig, the safety out of TCU. We haven't seen a safety go yet, so those teams that have a need for safety might move up, take him. But those are just a few guys that I'd love to see get picked.
Yeah.
And Dylan Moses, I mean, we mentioned him earlier.
Right. And I personally, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah
Yeah.
needs to be taken at that point. I also think that this guy that does not get talked about a lot, let me try to find him if I can. Okay, Levi Onwuzurike from Washington, defensive tackle, is also an option that can be taken somewhat early in the second round. That's it for this live stream. We appreciate you guys joining us this whole entire way. Thank you guys so much for joining in. If you guys just found us by accident, make sure you guys subscribe to us. We have weekly podcasts every single Thursday so you guys can stay up to date with all the stuff that's going on in the NFL. If you like this, subscribe to this channel. Follow us on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, whatever. The username for all social media platforms is at Time2Football. We appreciate Griffin Gamble for joining us for a brief period. Appreciate Michael Watson. This has been a blast. Thanks again for coming out.
See you guys next year, and thanks for everyone that interacted with us. And, I say it every time, follow this guy. I mean, he's going to be big time one day, and, hop on this bandwagon early.
My heart.
Dude, you know what it is.
Wow, there's no better way I can end this. So I'm just going to go ahead and end it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I'll see you next week. Take care.